Okay, let's start. Okay, all right, everybody, it is 5:30. Let's begin on time. This is a regular city council meeting, which has formal rules, meaning no electronic devices or recording devices, except as allowed by Texas Government Code 551.023. Please silence your phones and put them away. While in the council chambers during a formal city council meeting, you need to remain quiet. If you need to have conversation or you need to do something on your phone, please step outside and do so. So with that being said, I'm going to call this meeting to order. All right, please stand for the pledges. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Please be seated. Thank you. Okay, City Secretary, Councilmember Rodriguez is absent due to work responsibilities. All other council members are in attendance, and so we have a quorum. City Secretary, proof of notice of meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. The notice of this meeting was posted by Friday, April 12th at 2 p.m.
Thank you. All right, do we have any public comments, City Secretary?
No, we do not.
Okay. All right, so we're going to move to presentations, recognitions, and proclamations. If I may have the city manager and Councilmember Stokes come up front with me. All right, so we are starting with the Safe Digging Month. I think glasses would be helpful. Okay, employees who are here for Safe Digging Month, please come forward. Nobody? That's fine. Okay. All right, so this is for the gas department. The proclamation, whereas thousands of times each year, the underground infrastructure in Texas is damaged by those who do not have underground lines located prior to digging, resulting in service interruption, environmental damage, and threat to public safety. And whereas in 2005, the Federal Communications Commission designated 811 to provide excavators and homeowners a simple number to contact utility operators to request the location of underground lines at the intended dig site. And whereas the Damage Prevention Councils of Texas, a stakeholder-driven organization dedicated to the prevention of damage to underground facilities in all 254 Texas counties, promotes the National 811 notification system in an effort to reduce these damages. And whereas a damage prevention is a shared responsibility by using safe digging practices, persons living and working in the city of Alpine, Brewster County, Fort Davis, Jeff Davis County can save time and money and help keep our infrastructure safe and connected. Now, therefore, I, Catherine Eves, Mayor of the city of Alpine, Texas, on behalf of the community, do recognize the month of April 2024 as Alpine Safe Digging Month and encourage excavators and homeowners throughout the city of Alpine and Brewster County to always call 811 before digging. Safe digging is no accident. All right, so I need Earth Day. Adelina, come on up, and everybody who helps you, Adelina, from the recycling center, everyone, come on up. Jordan's up here. Come stand next to me. Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Whereas we are reminded of the extraordinary importance of maintaining a clean and healthy environment. And whereas all people, regardless of race, gender, income, or geography, have a right to a healthy, sustainable environment with economic growth and opportunity. And whereas it is necessary to broaden and diversify this global movement to achieve maximum success, And whereas we are all caretakers of our planet and have an obligation to combat climate change and environmental degradation to preserve the Earth's beauty and resources. And whereas this year marks the 6th anniversary of the Earth Day movement, let it be known that the city of Alpine, Texas encourages all businesses, institutions, and individuals to celebrate the earth and commit to caring for the planet and its resources. Now, therefore, I, Catherine Eves, Mayor of the city of Alpine, Texas, on behalf of the community, do hereby recognize the month of April 2024 as Earth Month, and I encourage people in Alpine to combat environmental degradation, support green program initiatives, and to encourage others to undertake similar actions.
Nope, it's me.
And then it's you.
If I can get all of the administrative assistants in the finance department to please step up. And if we've got the records. I see you over there.
No hiding. No hiding. I'm too short for you to hide. Not gonna work.
Customer service clerks. Technically, Priscilla and Annette, you are administrative assistants.
Come on up. They were hoping you would get caught.
It's a problem when you know all the employees.
Anybody else hiding out there? Okay.
Okay, so this next proclamation is for Administrative Professionals Week. Whereas administrative professionals play an essential role in coordinating the office operations of business, government, educational institutions, and other organizations. And whereas administrative professionals are vital contributors in today's team-oriented work environment and are key frontline public relations ambassadors for their organizations. And whereas the work of administrative professionals today requires advanced knowledge and expertise in communications, computer software, office technology, project management, organization, customer service, and other vital office management responsibilities, and most importantly, having the willingness to learn and accept new challenges. And whereas Administrative Professionals Week is observed annually in workplaces around the world to recognize the important contributions of administrative support staff and is sponsored by the International Association of Administrative Professionals. And whereas the city of Alpine is extremely proud of our talented and highly skilled administrative professional staff and officially recognize and appreciate their hard work, support, and continued professional growth. Therefore,
I, Catherine Eves, the mayor of the city of Alpine, on behalf of the community, do hereby recognize April 21st, 2024 to April 27th, 2024 as Administrative Professionals Week in Alpine, Texas, and I encourage all citizens to join me in this worthy observance.
so we have to squeeze in. So we can.
Okay.
Have enough short people.
I know, right? If I can get the visitor center and Chris Rugia up here.
Yes, they ain't gonna get.
Hello, hello. That's it.
Whereas the travel industry fuels every industry and will continue to be an essential part of Alpine's economy, development, and workforce. And whereas travel is an economic powerhouse for every state and destination across the country with an economic output of trillions supporting millions of American jobs. And whereas travel defends, supports vibrant and safe communities in Alpine and across the United States by generating billions in state and local tax revenue to support essential services such as education, emergency response, public safety, and more. And whereas travel enables success for all industries, including manufacturing, agriculture, defense, healthcare, and more, by driving sales, growth, innovation, education, and operations that move our economy, our nation, and Alpine forward. And whereas the travel industry cannot recover without the full return of leisure, business, and international inbound travelers, increasing travel to and within the United States drives America forward to a more prosperous future. And whereas the travel industry's success will continue to grow Alpine's economy and workforce, and whereas travel is an essential industry, and we must continue to communicate that growing travel leads to economic growth, benefits businesses, and fosters mutual understanding.
Now therefore, I, Catherine Eves, Mayor of the City of Alpine, Texas, on behalf of the community, do hereby announce and proclaim to all citizens and set seal hereto that May 5th through May 11th, 2024 is National Tourism Week in the city of Alpine, Texas, and urge the citizens of Alpine to join me in recognizing this critical role this industry plays in Alpine.
So this last one is to recognize all public service or servants within the United States. I feel this is probably the most important one for the city of Alpine. I do want to ask that we take a brief break, but afterwards that we can go outside to take a group picture because this encompasses all employees within the city of Alpine. If you guys would like to stand. You don't have to.
Yeah,
Stand up. Yes, yes, and.
Whereas Americans are served every single day by public servants at the federal, state, county, and city levels. These unsung heroes do the work that keeps our nation working. And whereas public employees take not only jobs, but oaths. And whereas many public servants, including military personnel, police officers, firefighters, border patrol officers, embassy employees, healthcare professionals, and others risk their lives each day in service to the people of the United States and around the world. And whereas public servants include teachers, doctors, scientists, train conductors, astronauts and nurses, safety inspectors, code enforcement personnel, utility workers, street crews, laborers, computer technicians, social workers, finance personnel, administration, and countless other occupations. Day in and day out, they provide the diverse services demanded by the American people of their government with efficiency and integrity. And whereas without these public servants at every level, continuity would be impossible in a democracy that regularly changes its leaders and elected officials.
Now therefore, be it proclaimed that the week of May 5th to May 11th, 2024 be designated National Public Service Recognition Week in Alpine, Texas. And I further encourage all employees to recognize the accomplishments and contributions of government employees at all levels, federal, state, county, and city. In witness, wherefore I have hereunto set my hand the 16th day of April in the year 2020.
Thank you, guys. So if we can just take a brief break.
Yes.
We're all gonna do kind of
Secretary Marcus now for
the same spot as last time, out front on the rocks.
Right.
Rock.
Come on, council, count to two.
Uh-oh.
It's good on the rock.
Before we, 3 minutes. Yes, you ought to get stuff for you.
Oh, if I could eat gluten, I would have one of each.
Nothing like they old, you know.
Eat chocolate.
Blueberry over you. Martin Doty is good at all.
Yes.
Oh, that was fun.
No, it's pretty good, it was last time.
Almost done.
You appreciate that.
He wants to pay for better.
No. I like,
Oh. You got your
I went
computer
really-
and the paper.
I was doing notes on these this time, so. It's easier to read than on paper than on the screen.
What I started doing, print out the agenda and I write all over it.
That's what I do.
And,
It's 5
and then,
pages.
right, I don't have all of it. I can't. And this one had numbers, you know, I'm not looking at this.
Okay. So Gio, what time do we resume?
It's been currently 7:50.
Okay, we can resume early though, since we're all
Yes,
here, right?
some-
Okay, tonight at midnight.
I'm gonna get up when I'm ready.
To be
I'm
excused by
gonna
the
vomit,
presiding
I'll
officer.
vomit.
Okay, if you vomit, then I'll have. to
Okay,
leave.
there you go.
Okay,
I'll turn
all right,
this on.
guys, it's 5:52. We're gonna resume the meeting. And we're moving on to reports. City Secretary, please put 6 minutes on the timer. City Mayor report. First of all, I know I've told you this before, but I can't say it enough. This has been a phenomenal council. We have had a lot of great discussions, a lot of great debates. We don't always agree. We're not supposed to always agree. And we're very civil about it. And we try to work around the issues to see if there's a solution that falls in between. And then if there's not, then we're okay. We take it to our vote and we vote. And it has been absolutely outstanding. And I know you guys have one more meeting before you leave, but I just wanted to take this moment to let you know. All right, also I wanted to mention, and I wish I was able to mention this before everybody left, is there is something coming up where, and we're going to talk about it this evening, council, about the letter with Border Patrol, where they're wanting to light the border very brightly. And that is going to ruin our largest dark sky reserve that we have in the world. Ours is the largest, correct, Stephen? Ours is the largest. And if they do the project that they're wanting to do, then I don't know that we'd even qualify anymore. No. So there is a website, or yeah, I guess it's a website, or maybe it's an email that citizens can go to and leave their comments. Council is going to look at it tonight to see if we can approve a letter to send on behalf of recommending this not happen. And they have already done it in Arizona. And so anyway, that website, that email address, I want to give it to you guys, and it's recorded. So if you don't remember, just go back to our YouTube channel, is comments, capital ENV, so capital E, capital N, capital V, at cbp.dhs.gov. So one more time, comments, and then it's ENV, those 3 letters are capitalized, at cbp.dhs.gov. They want you to include Texas lighting environmental assessment in your subject. They're looking for feedback from citizens. So in your subject, Texas lighting environmental assessment. Okay, and I hope that if you feel strongly about what we have here as our dark skies, that you will go and do that. All right, City Secretary, that is it for the City Mayor report. There is no City Attorney report. There is a City Manager report. So City Manager, take it over.
This evening, I'm just gonna give a brief update on the February 2024 revenue and expense report. We are still working at finalizing the March. So I'm gonna provide you with some feedback on February. Some of the items that we discussed prior was, of course, the concerns with the gas utility and the income being brought in. We still continue to monitor that. March would be the last of our high usage, a little bit into April, because we did have a little bit of a cold front come in. So we should start to see a decline in what we're bringing in monthly, because as we switch over to the warmer months, less people are using gas to heat their homes. December, January, February are the big months for the general funds revenue. We bring a lot of that in from our property taxes. So Typically, at the end of February, we should be about 42% in collections. For revenue for the general fund, we are at 51.46%, with a total of $3,207,184. You'll notice our expenses are at 31.1% at $1,938,159. Currently, most of our expenses do encompass our personnel, our staffing. A lot of our big projects you'll see coming up during the summer. That's when the paving will start, and some of those big capital items that we've purchased, like the hot patch machine, will come out later on. For our utility department, we should start to see an increase in the revenue. It's the opposite of the gas department. More water is used in the summer, warmer months than it is in the colder months. Over the past week, we have closely paid attention to the water demand. It has been significantly higher. We are monitoring that, not just from a revenue aspect, but to kind of foresee what's going to happen over the next few months. The past couple of years, we've been hit with the issues with not having enough water to meet the demand. So we are monitoring that. Their current revenue is at 30.22% for a total of $2,018,072. And their expenses are 26.25%. At $1,752,674. Just so that everyone's on the same page, the utility fund encompasses our water department, our wastewater department, and our environmental services. So it does encompass 3 different departments. Our big wastewater projects are hopefully going to start hitting the ground with some RFPs coming out soon, so that we can get that clarifier and the drying bed updated. For Abel, he's always easy to pick on with our airport fund.
Grab a donut, Abel, you deserve it.
I will have to say, I really truly enjoy paying attention to the airport. Their revenue is at 45.75%, $366,218. Never underestimate his ability to stretch a dollar, because his expenses are at 45.26%. at $362,294. So about a $4,000 delta there. His big income comes in kind of during the hunting season. We'll get a lot of flights come in. We do get some busier traffic at the beginning of the year. We do have some projects. We're also looking at possibly having the Forest Service, the fire department here, because we do have concerns, obviously, from the state side as well as local side with our wildlife and fire. So they tend to house here, which does benefit our airport. Our hotel occupancy tax currently has brought in 22% at $228,817. And their expenses are at 25.47% at $264,119. Because this is an off month, it's what I call it. Most of our bigger hotels do report quarterly. I'm sorry. We have quarterly and monthly reports. Those who report quarterly won't actually reflect until April. And so you'll see kind of as we go through the end of a quarter, the next month increases the revenue. We pay close attention to this one because poor Chris Ruggie gets the email towards the end of a fiscal year with, hey, we're going to exceed what we proposed. We need to put some more advertising out there. Our gas utility fund has brought in 50.4%, roughly $1,121,508. And their expenditures are at 34.8%, which is $774,288. They do regulate their expenditures and their revenues quite well, and still continue to maintain the DIV program and the replacement of poly to steel. Our interest in sinking, February is an important month because that's when we have to make a payment. So you'll notice that we brought in $139,585, or 94% of what we budgeted. And we've expended $141,395. We have completed one of our debt payments as well. So the city has done an awesome job with paying down all of that debt to prepare for the future. If you've gone through all of the department line items, what we're trying to do is have the departments kind of start to look at their line items and to make some of those choices and changes if they're going to proceed an overage or an underage. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Councilmember Stevens?
So 2 questions and 1 comment.
Relative to water, we've heard an awful lot about the wastewater plan. We know water's gonna be an issue. We've got the three major items. When will we hear next, Megan, on the game plan for water utilization?
So we are actually meeting with the engineers because it is a current task order for them to help us assess that. It did take us a little bit of time to try to find all of the data. And be able to accurate data. We're meeting with them tomorrow to discuss part of that and the lead and copper plan. So hopefully within, I would say probably the second meeting in May.
Great, okay. Second question on gas. Gas expenditures are down, even though revenue is up. Is the expenditures down because they've not been doing any of the pipe replacement? Is that the driver, or are they just really doing a good job managing?
I'm gonna have to give credit to both. They currently did have some projects that offset them from continuing with the dip maintenance side of it and the meter replacement. Fort Davis had as a new subdivision coming in. So that was a big project that doesn't really reflect an additional expense for us, but it is the time and getting over there and the supplies. They've actually do really well with maintaining it. They also have a couple of big projects that we haven't put out yet that will.
Okay. The last is just a comment. Thanks for getting the rotating beacon fixed at the airport.
You're the first one who noticed.
A question too, or comment, just to stay on top, looking at sales tax, I didn't know sales tax is down 10% year over year. Just from an economic development perspective, you know, just to kind of keep on top of that. Just to comment on, you know, that keeps economic development kind of in our sights.
Yes, so, and just so that everyone knows, the general fund is comprised of two major revenue sources. Property tax, which I do believe legislation is looking at removing, which will be interesting. And then two is our sales tax. So yes, I'm monitoring the whole legislation side.
Any other questions? Okay. All right, thank you, city manager. Moving on to city staff updates, there are none. Public hearings, let me remind if anyone is here to speak on a public hearing, council cannot respond to you during your comment, and you have 3 minutes to make your comment. City secretary, the time is 6:03. Okay, the first public hearing to obtain citizen views and comments regarding the second and final reading of ordinance 2024-04-02, an ordinance authorizing the installation of additional three-way stop signs at the eastbound and westbound intersections of North Hancock Drive and Avenue B. Is there anyone here to speak on this? Seeing none, I'm moving on. Public hearing number 2. To obtain citizen views and comments regarding special use permit 2024-04-03, a short-term rental special use permit allowing a short-term rental to be established at 1106 West Stockton. The property owner of record is Christopher Penny. The parcel ID of the subject property is 12588. Is there anyone here to speak on this? Okay, seeing none. That will conclude our public hearings at 6:04 p.m. All right, consent agenda, city secretary.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight's consent agenda contains 4 items. Item 1, approval of April 2nd, 2024 regular meeting minutes. Item 2, approval of special use permit 2024-04-03. A short-term rental special use permit allowing short-term rental to be established at 1106 West Stockton. The property owner of record is Christopher Penny. The parcel ID of the subject property of 12588. Item 3, approve payment of the March 2024 monthly billing summary for Bojorquez Law Firm Services. Item 4, approve the excused absence of Councilor Stokes from the April 2nd, 2024 regular city council.
I need a motion.
Will we accept the consent agenda as presented?
I would like to pull number 1.
Okay. So we'll pull number 1. So I need a motion to approve items 2, 3, and 4.
So moved.
I need a second to approve items 2, 3, and 4.
Second.
Okay, let's vote to approve items 2, 3, and 4 on the consent agenda. All in favor, please raise your right hand. Okay, city secretary, that passes unanimously with all 4 council members approving the special use permit, the payment for our law firm, and the excused absence. All right, Councilmember Nance, item 1.
Item 1, I was just gonna look in here, Geo, on page 72, resolution 2024-0407. It states on a motion by Counselor Sandate and seconded by Counselor Sandate to approve. So,
Okay, yeah, I'll fix that.
perfect. And I think it was Stevens looking at the video,
Oh, perfect.
was
Thank you.
made the motion.
Okay, so you looked at the video and it's supposed to be Stevens? Okay. All
And that's
right.
the only amendment.
Okay. All right. So city secretary, you will amend that and bring it back on the next consent agenda.
Or y'all can approve it with that.
Okay, all right.
I'll
I
make
need
a
a,
motion to approve the minutes with the recommended, or approve the minutes with the recommended amendment.
okay, I need a second.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, please raise your right hand. Okay, city secretary, it passes unanimously with all council members approving that with the recommended amendment for Councilmember Stevens seconding the minutes. All right, moving on to information and discussion items. The first one belongs to me, discussion regarding proposed charter revisions, including amendments, tentative propositions, and sample language. I've thought about how we could go through this in an orderly fashion so that it doesn't take too long. The first page in your council member packet is just a summary of reasons why we should recommend to review the city charter. As far as the number of years, there may be some discussion on that. I know Councilmember Nance had some information that he wanted to bring to the council on if we wanted to do that every 2 years or increase that. So Councilmember Nance, would you like to speak to that?
Sure, I think, was that the very first one we were going over was the term of review?
Yes, the first one. Yes,
Proposition
we
A.
put 4 years.
So on Proposition A, just did a little research, and Dallas does I think a formalized review every 10 years. And then you can go to Texas, what is this website? Is Texas State Library and Archives Commission, and you can see they actually have all the amendments of city charters through time, I think up till like 2002. And you can see it's kind of randomized, but probably when legislation, is important enough to make amendments to the city charter, but it's definitely not anywhere close to like 2 to 4 years. They're typically in longer spaces. So in my mind, I would recommend a longer term for review.
Instead of 4, because right now in the proposition, we have 4. So what would you recommend?
I mean, I would probably think 8 to 10, or I mean, even if we did a 10-year, like, some other cities, then if Megan recommended amendments because they're important enough, then we could, do it at that point in time, but we could have just a review, at least a review every 10 years.
A more thorough review like what we're doing at this. Okay, Councilmember Stokes, thoughts?
I have no thought.
Yes, you do.
Well, not, even if we backed it down to 2, you see the time it took to do this, just a little bit. And that's with all of us smart people. So 10's fine with me, 8 to 10, somewhere around in there.
Councilmember Sandate,
10 years.
okay, Councilmember Stevens,
Yeah, I don't care what time period is, so long as we do it regularly. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with that.
all right, city administration,
I think 10 would be good.
okay,
Yeah, that sounds good.
good, okay, all right, so I'll just make that change and retype that. Okay, so we'll go with 10 years. All right, moving on to Proposition B, there was no change. Council looked at it last time, and so there was no change to it. Proposition C also was no change. These were the annexation things that are currently illegal. Proposition D, there was no change because we decided we wanted to stick with the word wards instead of district. So there's no change on that. Proposition E, we had a lot of debate about this. Some council members recommended 2 years, some recommended 3 years, some recommended 4 years. I know this isn't a vote. I just want a consensus on what might pass the council so that we know. Right now, it's set at 3 years. I'm on Proposition E. Councilmember Stevens, go ahead, start us.
So 3 years is fine. I just don't understand must sit out for at least 1 year before becoming eligible to serve on council again.
Oh, why it's 1 year? I knew that question was coming.
You're gonna miss the term, so it's 3 years.
So
Unless
what?
you move.
Okay, okay, so I knew that question was gonna come, and I said that sit out for 1 year. Okay, that enables the council members to switch from a ward representative to a mayor position. So if you are a council member, then you sit out a year, that will enable you the next year to actually run for mayor, if you should so choose, or if you're mayor, to run for council person. Or, and we're gonna look at the appointments, it would enable you to be appointed if there's a vacancy in which council needs to be appointed. So that's why I thought a year would be sufficient. That was my thinking on that, just so that council knows.
So I get the thinking, then it goes back to the appointment discussion.
Right, and I have that in a proposition for us to discuss.
Okay, but what if one proposition gets approved and the other one doesn't? That's,
Why it's the year, well, then it really wouldn't matter unless you decide that you want to be mayor instead of council member.
Have all the fun you're having?
Oh.
Are you kidding?
I understand the rationale.
And council member,
I just wanted to mention that I did look into the 4-year term in May, and it would be possible. From everything I found, I reached out to TML and Secretary of State, and there's nothing that I was able to find saying that you can't do a 4-year term in May, so that would be an option.
in May to do it
Yes,
in May. Okay,
and we can keep it in May. Wanted to provide that clarification.
okay, yes, because that was our discussion. That's right. Councilmember Sandate,
3 years, 2 terms.
Councilmember Nance. Oh, that was the other thing. I put 2 terms instead of unlimited. As we had talked about having no term limits. And good catch, Councilmember Sandate.
I talked to a gentleman about the school, and the school is 3-year term, so we're 2-year, school is 3-year, and I guess it's county commissioners 4.
No, they're 3.
They're 3 as well.
Yes.
So 2, 3, and 3. But the school district has 7 people on there, so they're doing, I guess 2, 2, 3, maybe, I'm not sure, but
Their lines are different, is why they have more.
oh,
But our-
different
Put
areas.
their map over ours. Like Nikki's in 1, but she doesn't have Carpenter Edition, and I have Carpenter Edition.
Yeah, they go outside the city limits, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So they're 3 years on 7 of them at 3 years. I really don't have a problem with the 2-year or the 3-year. I could go either way, so I'm really open to either. 2 years gives the public the ability to get rid of us if they want to, which to me is not a bad thing. But 3 years works as well.
Well, from experience, 3.
3, yeah, that's perfect for
Plenty.
you, right? Yeah, yes. Councilmember, yes, that's right. Okay, any other discussion on that before we move on? Councilmember Stevens?
The rationale behind going to 2 3-year terms, because it's still 6 terms or 6 years,
Uh-huh.
would say that someone doesn't have to run again after 2 years,
Right.
which then begs the question, if someone's not satisfied with 2 years, they're automatically, it doesn't buy anything. It's either 6 years or 6 years. I happen to believe if you gotta go compete every 2 years, it's not an issue. I'm also a believer in term limits. So I'm struggling with the rationale of going from 2 to 3, but only being 2 terms. But I don't see the
The ra-
value doing it.
Okay, so my thinking on that was when you are, especially a new council member, your first year, you're learning everything. And then your second year, you're getting ready to campaign. And then anything that you wanted to bring to the table, things that you wanted to accomplish while you were on council, it's very difficult to get that accomplished within that 2-year period. And when council changes over, we'll have 3 new council members in a couple of meetings. Then projects often get dropped or changed, especially when it's a majority that's coming in to, we're going to have two members and 3 new council members. So the projects that you came in wanting to work on, say the airport or whatever it might have been, may get dropped in that time. It's hard to accomplish anything in a 2-year term. That's my thinking for
No,
that.
I appreciate that.
Mhm.
But what it says is, just thinking about the stagger, so if 1, 3, and 5 are in for 3 years, 2, 4, and the mayor come in the next term, then no one changes out for 2 years.
For 1 year. So I wrote that in some notes. I wrote that in some notes here for you guys. All right, so for example, 2025 would be 1, 3, and 5 come up for election.
Yep.
2026, mayor 2 and 4 come up for election.
Yep.
Yeah, oh, it is 2 years. And then the next election will be 2028 for 1, 3, and 5, and then 2029 for mayor 2, 4. Yeah, and mayor 2 and 4.
Yes.
Okay, so it's every 2 years, correct?
So there is there's a 2-year, then everyone's the same for 4 years. And then you do a rotation for 2 years, 2 years, then 4 years. That's kind of what it looks like. I look at it as we meet 25 times a year. When I came on council, I looked at, these are the things that want to happen over these 25 times in that 2 years, 50 meetings in 2 years.
Now 23 times.
Yeah, well, 23,
Yeah.
26, but roughly 50
Yeah.
meetings in 2 years. By the time we do our special meetings and all the other things that go with that. I think just incumbent to work. My view is take it to a vote. I have a hard time articulating the value proposition. I get your point. But if people walk in and says, I got X amount of time to meet, I need to get my agenda, we ought to go work it, but it's Mark's next to me, let people figure it out.
City Secretary?
I like 3. I think there's a level of continuity. And like I had mentioned previously, I don't feel like there's too many people wanting to volunteer their time and be on the council. So I think, when we can get them.
Okay, city manager, you've done a lot of research into the charter.
So there are multiple options. 3 is a good term for the positions. If there's a concern about the overlap of where there's nothing being taken care of, you could reword it where 1 and 3, 5 and mayor, 2 and 4, so that you're rotating the elections more often to allow for more diversity within the group.
I see. So you have an election for 1 and 3, then an election for 5 and mayor, and then an election for 2 and 4.
But would those be year?
So I didn't.
I'm just.
I was like,
Okay,
I
we're
haven't
done.
put it in my head. I think that you would only have like a 1-year overlap. I think it would reduce it. I have to actually would you take some notes and figure out how?
Yeah,
it
I
works
did. I
out?
did some, yeah.
So like, in 25, it was 1 and 3, 26, it was 5 in the mayor, 27, it was. It really would have to be drawn out within to show those differences. But it
Yeah,
is an
then-
option. It will just be a little convoluted the first couple of years as we're trying to get onto the schedule.
Yeah.
Yeah, because then 2028, because I'm writing it out, 2028 would be 1 and 3 again. And then 2029 would be 5 and mayor. So there would be an election every year.
So
And
you
then
guys
2027 would be, 2030 would be 2 and 4.
It would be more for the continuity than versus like any kind of cost.
Right. So we wouldn't have the cost savings. That's correct. How much does an election cost us?
6 to 10,000 depending, but like usually probably around 6 or 8.
Okay. Okay. And so we can discuss this one further. Moving on, I'm just going to put more discussion. And it was the same thing with F. We were seeking more discussion. Okay, Proposition G was changed. We had some discussion on it. And based on some of the feedback, the change here was that council members who exceed 4 consecutive excused absences and or 3 unexcused from a regular city council meeting or city workshop, that was a recommendation by our city manager, in 1 fiscal year shall vacate their seat to be filled as per the charter 3.06. Attendance via Zoom does not constitute an absence. Okay, that's the way it is now. So if you're on Zoom, you're not absent, but you don't get counted as part of the quorum. Have we had any unexcused or absences recently? They're always excused. So that's the thinking on that there's certain members that may not get represented equally if their council person is not in attendance, at least via Zoom.
Oh, but you're having workshops too.
Yeah.
I would say this ties into the term too, because if you have someone that's not doing their duty to attend the meetings, and now you got them for 3 years. And they're, whenever they're about to get put on the chopping block, they come back to a meeting or anything
That's
else.
exactly what happened.
Because at 2 years, you can put, the public puts them on the chopping block.
Councilmember Sandate?
How do we track the absences by logs or?
City Secretary.
It's done through the minutes, so each time there's an absence, I'll add it to be excused on the next minutes. We began doing that a couple years ago.
They're all officially recorded.
Councilmember Stevens?
I am not in favor of this. Our current charter and our current rules say that we city council determine whether it's excused or not excused. I think we just gotta decide if we're gonna have the guts to say it or not. And we right now don't like to do it. I think we're putting a remedy in that takes accountability away from us. So I'm not in favor of this.
City Secretary?
No preference. I think it's fine the way it is. The council can always change the acceptable excuses in the ordinance as well.
City Manager?
That is another option.
Well, I think you're gonna run into with the workshops and, I'm retired. If y'all tell me to be here at 2 and I want to, I'll come. If I had a job, which some people do, every boss isn't gonna let them come at 2. So if they're absent 3 times and they're kicked off over a workshop, I don't think that's fair if they're coming to the meetings. So, I mean, you have an and or, but isn't it fine? I think it's fine the way we have it. Without, that's just, to me, this is just another something for, people are gonna go in there and vote, not know what they're voting, not know why they're voting for it. And I don't know that it's even necessary. I agree with Rick. I mean, why are we changing?
All right, any other comments?
I would just.
You're gonna run into people working that will not run for office if they think they can't just take off when Megan decides to bring us in here for a workshop.
There's so many wonderful things.
Even though they are so fun and enjoyable.
All right, Councilmember Nance,
I think-
apologize.
No worries. I think it's a solution looking for a problem. I don't think we really have a problem, so I don't think we really require the solution.
Okay, all right, and then moving on to Proposition H. Okay, I have written in my notes that it was rewritten to simplify and clarify the language. Yes, because it was just convoluted in the charter, the way it is written. The mayor or the mayor pro tem presiding over the council in the absence of the mayor shall vote only in the case of a tie, except to pass an ordinance when the voting membership of the council is reduced below 5. So are they able to vote only to pass the ordinance? Or are they able to vote in the case of a tie against the ordinance? So there needs to be clarification there, as that is confusing. So I had just rewritten that to the mayor and the mayor pro tem while presiding over the council shall vote only in the case of a tie. Neither will have the power of veto. So it's one sentence instead of this long convoluted.
I didn't understand.
2 sentences that is confusing because it sounds like the mayor can only vote to pass an ordinance, not against an ordinance.
I'm
Councilmember
okay
Stevens?
with the change. I think the rationale behind it was ordinances tend to be different than resolutions. That's why it was written to be able to pass an ordinance. That was the rationale that goes in behind it, but I'm okay with this modification.
Councilmember Sandate?
Only in the case of a tie, I think.
Councilmember Nance?
I would be okay with this. As long as it makes sense to Geo, Chief Governance Officer
Officer.
over there, then I'm definitely there.
That makes sense to you? Is that good?
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay, Councilmember Stokes? City Manager?
Yes.
Okay. Just a couple more. Okay, so Proposition I regards, it actually saves the city some money. And it regards the monthly pay for city council members. It's currently 100 for council member, correct? 125 for the mayor. And that, I believe, is the rationale to help cover expenses. We don't have offices, printing expenses, office supply, gas to travel, to meet people, meet citizens whenever they want to talk with us, whatever. So in this one, the proposition is for that to be increased to 300 per month for city council, 325 for mayor, beginning October 2026. So it doesn't take place during any, I believe that fits with what the charter has now. So it's not like we're giving ourselves a pay raise, but whoever comes into office in 2026, yes. With an annual rate of inflation beginning October 1st. Now, stipends for city council members would be set by ordinance and can only range between $0 and $500. Right now, our stipends are $3,000 per city council member. And so if you do the math, and I have it on this back sheet for you guys, we don't have to go through it. It's the bottom bullet on that back sheet, 300 monthly times 12 months, how much that costs annually, how much it currently is annually for the city to pay council members, and then what happens when you add in that $3,000 per city council member. So the current cost for the city is $25,500, and all the calculations are here so you can see them. With this plan, it would be 21.9. Okay, so that's the rationale behind that. Let's open it up for discussion.
How do we go to training? We pay for it?
You have, well, if there's an ordinance for, yeah, I guess you would. An ordinance to
Well, I think
allow the
that's fair, 'cause
discretionary.
Those trainings I've learned a lot at, and it shouldn't be my expense to have to go through that. Because I'm doing it so that I'll be able to better serve everybody.
Mhm.
I believed in those trainings. They were great.
Yeah.
You network, you learn stupid stuff and you learn important stuff.
Mhm.
So
How much are those trainings, Megan?
They vary. It really depended on the location, the type of training. They can range anywhere from 100 to a couple thousand.
All right, that's a good point. Councilmember Nance.
I was thinking the same thing Judy was, because I've attended TML this year, and that was probably by the time you get your hotel, like 400 maybe for registration or something. I mean, it's not small cost. And if the money was coming into my bank account, then I think it's mine. And I'm like, oh yeah, that $300 is more important than the 100. I would probably keep it and go to McDonald's. When it's actually,
well, I'm going shopping if they're giving me more money. I'm not spending it on training.
but I would say I've probably already gone through mine or close to it on, because I'm gonna go to the TML Small City conference. So.
Through your $3,000.
So I do like that. And I was gonna say too, even talking back with the school, coming from the school side, that they require certain trainings from the board. Because I do, right with what Judy's saying, I feel like those trainings are very, very important. And I've learned a lot from them.
Councilmember Sindate.
I agree, Councilman Nance.
Uh-huh. Councilmember Stevens.
I don't believe this should be a change to the charter. I think it's inappropriate for the charter we currently have in the charter that council can determine what it is by ordinance. I think we ought to stick with that. And if we want to update the ordinance, let's fix the ordinance. But I do not believe it's a charter change that's appropriate.
City Secretary.
How much do the school board members get paid? Nothing. I mean, I'm for, increasing whatever we can to get more people interested. I feel like not enough people are interested, but thankfully some people are,
So you feel like we would have
either way.
more individuals if the pay was higher? Yeah.
Maybe
Right now, it's pretty much, I guess,
volunteer.
and retirees. Okay.
I was gonna mention, coming back to what Mr. Stevens said, tying it to the ordinance, because if we do review this once every 10 years, then, we're putting shackles for ourselves on how often we can update it. Unless, unless we say, I need a little pay raise, let's look at the city charter. So I do like the ordinance flexibility.
City manager.
Technically, I shouldn't be paying you anything. Because we have no ordinance or documentation that shows what you should be paid. So the 101.25,
Oh, yeah.
we get challenged every year during the audit because we have no official documentation. The only thing that I have is supporting what you get paid is what we budget annually. We've not changed it because it does require a drawn out process by ordinance that you have to have 6 months before it can be approved. So it is a scheduling thing. The 3,000 is tied to more than just the compensation. The 3,000 is tied to section C, that the members shall receive reimbursement for actual and necessary expenses incurred in the performance of their duties. So if you remove some of that money, if you have expenses, the charter says we have to reimburse you if it pertains to,
So you would still be paid for your training, what you're saying.
we'd still be paying for their training. We pay for the actual expenses, so that's actual receipts from the training, meal reimbursement, gas
Hotel.
reimbursement, hotel reimbursement. We don't reimburse mileage. We don't pay per diem. It's the actual expenses that we can document.
Councilmember Stevens?
I think we just ought to put this on the agenda for the ordinance, get the ordinance fixed.
Yeah,
I don't think there's.
and then that'll take care of our audit issue too.
Takes care of audit, takes care of when we want to change the pay, it takes care of reimbursement, it solves all the issues. I just don't think it's a charter issue.
Okay.
They're two separate issues. I agree, opportunity increased pay. I get that.
All right.
And then the ordinance, it still has a process to be updated. It can't just be, oh, the next year I'm gonna give our sons a raise. It doesn't want to.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's why I said it for like 2026, so that it wouldn't be this council that's giving themselves a pay raise. It'd be that we're giving the next council a pay raise. Yeah. So,
Yeah, you'd have to change the actual expenses to be able to modify them.
yeah. So where would that be appropriate to put on a council meeting in June, July, August, September, May?
Number 31 on our list,
Yeah.
yes.
I definitely think it needs to be part of a budget discussion
Yeah.
because 6 months will affect the 2024,
Right.
25 budget. So it could be part of a June discussion.
Okay, so I guess the city secretary would need to make note of that. Or,
I have note of it.
You have
for
note of it, okay.
Ordinance for the pay for council.
okay, and then, yeah, we want to finish that. Okay, now this Proposition J is the one about the appointment. So this is the one we really need to carefully consider. With this, okay, if you look at the red, that's the information that would be changed to what is already in the city charter, Article 3, Section 3.06. So if a single vacancy occurs, the council shall appoint a successor to serve into the next regular city election. That's what it currently says. And then I added, those wishing to be appointed must fill out the candidacy application used during regular city election filing periods. And they must be put on the next regular city council agenda in which the paperwork meets the city secretary's packet filing deadline as a discussion item. During the regular city council meeting, council will make the appointment as an action item, which will not occur before public comment. So they come in basically as a discussion. They, I want to run for number 1 seat, and this is who I am. And the public can hear that. And they fill out all the paperwork. And then we can move to appoint after they come in. So as a member of Ward 1, and we had the vacancy with Councilmember Stokes stepping down, I felt like having the candidates come in and introduce themselves and talk gave me the opportunity to get to know who they were and to reach out to the council and let them know. I don't think we always need to go to an election.
This does put more specific process in place.
So city manager, what do you mean by that comment? Is
Well,
it positive or?
That there has to be an actual, like, package or application. It's not just throwing names in a hat and picking one.
City secretary?
I think some clarification would be great because, you all were here when we were trying to interpret the charter. So, whatever the council decides, as long as something's clarified, what we can and can't do, I think that would be helpful.
Councilmember Stevens?
So I want to pick on Judy because Judy's the example.
Yes, she is. No, she's having a party.
I'm a believer that those in a ward ought to be the ones who select who represents them as council. Also, all in favor of clarifying process to ensure that occurs. So here's Judy announced a number of months ago, she was gonna step down, okay? I'm the one that made the motion that says, hey, let's go do an election as part of our normal cycle. That's what it turned out to be. And in my view, the question I think on the table is, Judy announced in January, our next cycle is in May. If we clarify that there would have been in the next cycle, which is May, then that would be great. If instead, however, we clarified it and says, no, well, Judy wouldn't come up for election until the year later, then I do believe we need to clarify process because I don't think that's appropriate. And that's where I think it's appropriate to clarify it. Whether it needs to go in the charter or not is not clear to me. My view is charters want to be straightforward. You don't want to have to update them regularly. It's not an ordinance. Should we pass an ordinance and process procedure to codify this? I think the answer is yes. I just don't know that it's necessarily to put it in the charter, but that's my thinking. So if someone retired or says there's a year left, then it would be appropriate for council to pick someone. If there's greater than a year, I think the residents ought to be able to pick that at the next city election. How we codify that is not clear to me, but that's my thought. That make sense?
So I'm gonna pick on Rick.
All right.
Yeah. Walk through the
About
process.
time.
You're the only other one actually the only one in my tenure who's been appointed to council.
Yep,
Can you walk through how you were appointed, who initiated it,
yes.
and all of that?
Certainly, I'm happy to walk through that. So there was less than 1 year remaining on the term. Okay, so Mike Castelli resigned after the May election process. Okay, there was a request, who wants to come? I came in and interviewed for council. And in fact, he was in City Hall in the whatever it is next door, the Civic Center. It was a big doggone group of people. I interviewed. There was no one else that interviewed. There are members on council that I talked to. I talked to the mayor. I talked to most of the council members. Council made a decision. I served until that next election came up, then I had to run again. So that's the process I went through. In my view, that makes sense if it's less than a year. If it's more than a year, I think we'll have to put them in for election.
I think you gotta remember what you're sending this to, is you're sending this to the voters.
Yeah,
They're not gonna have a clue what
they
this
have no
is.
idea.
They're just gonna go down any, meeny, miny, mo, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. And there's no telling what will end up happening. And that's the truth. That's how people vote.
Or do we word it where it has more than a year on
One
term
sentence,
and less than
you
a
know.
year on term?
If we did that, my view, that'd be perfect. That's a
What did you
simplistic
say?
way.
I did not hear.
If there's more than a year on the term, then it goes to the next election. If there's less than a year on the term, then it's a council.
Council, yes.
If there's more than a year, it goes to election, because it isn't clear in the charter right now.
That's
Because
correct.
I remember we had to reach out to the city secretary to see what we could do. And then thankfully Judy said that she would stay. Otherwise we were gonna have to appoint a temporary or have a vacant seat. So it was very confusing. So if more than a year, it goes to election. If less than a
Less
year,
than a year,
Council appoint.
council appointment.
And if we want to put a process in place for that,
we
bring
could-
your application for interview, I think
that's
that'd be
it.
great.
Yeah. What we have here, the application, come in for the interview, public can come listen, kind of like what you went
Yeah,
through.
yeah,
So the public was invited. It was a city
By all
council meeting.
means.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Was
All right,
it a
so-
workshop?
At
I'm sorry.
2:00. All right, Councilmember Sandate.
Field application.
Okay. Councilmember Nance.
Then the only, I do, that doesn't bother me at all. The only one I would question is, does that go in the charter or in an ordinance? That would be put into the charter?
See, I think so, because there's so many ordinances, and I wrote down how many ordinances we have. I contacted the city secretary. We have an inordinate amount of ordinances. And as y'all know, we have 31 items on a list, and most of them involve ordinances. Council doesn't have time to continually go through and update. That's why our ordinances are 1978. 2002 was another common number. Is that correct?
2002, 2005.
Yes, and it costs money each time we do an ordinance to send it to Municode and get it codified. So I think I'm of the opinion that it needs to be in the charter. So that's one less ordinance for us to have to worry about.
It is harder to amend the charter than it is an ordinance, right?
No question.
Yeah, because somebody has to type the
And
stuff
it
up
may
and then it
not-
goes to,
It may not go
Voters.
through.
Yeah.
Council has to approve to be able to put the proposition on a ballot.
and then the
They can
voters.
fail from that, and then if they don't get on a ballot, we don't have an election. Or they go on the ballot and the voters disagree.
Mhm.
And that doesn't bother me.
Dark 30, I'm going home. Better talk.
Okay,
I hate to say this, you raise an important issue about ordinances. I think we as a council have to ask ourselves, how often do we meet and what is our time allocation to go through the things that we want to legislate? That's our responsibility. Megan's executive for execution. We have a ton of ordinances. If we can't get through them, how will we expect the city secretary or city manager to work through them? I think it goes back to how much time is council need to spend on what we're doing? It's a rhetorical question. I
right.
think it's an important one for a city like this, all that's going on.
We got to think about,
Well, per the charter, you only get 2 meetings a month, except for November. You go.
And that's the fundamental
December.
question I'm raising. Should we provide flexibility in the charter to give us more opportunities to meet? Because I think that's the
Okay.
real question we have is, what's the work we're gonna go do?
that's true. Let me add that to the notes. Okay, so restate.
I think the question on the table is, right now it says we meet twice a month. Should we have the authority to meet more frequency for regular meetings? Not that we have to, should we have the flexibility so we can get our work done?
So you can do called meetings at any given point.
I know,
But then do you want to always be calling meetings, or do you want to have a set schedule that adds an additional meeting?
that's where my headset is. But we can plan.
When-
And so people who want to run to fill these seats can make a decision. Do I really want to spend that much time on city council? Is either that or we got to throw stuff off our plate?
Mhm.
I mean, just
That's a
think
good
about the
point
amount
to
of time we're
think
spending
about.
on STRs.
Yes,
The amount of time we're spending on chapter 23. I mean, we
Right.
spend a lot of time on these items. And they're great discussions, but time is our most precious commodity.
okay, so in the interest of time, Proposition K. If council could look that over, that goes along with Proposition J, okay? And just look that over. And the notes that I have are just the other things that I am gonna type up and bring to you. A lot of them is in the charter, we have that we're supposed to meet twice in November. But for the last 2 years that I've been on council, we've only met once, so we're violating the charter and we only meet once. Because not usually, but occasionally, Thanksgiving falls during the week
Yeah.
when we're supposed to meet and council's traveling. So anyway, that was one that I was gonna put up. And then must be in person to count as a quorum, council members. So what's not added to section 3.07B is about being online, because when this charter was written, there was not any Zoom. And so those are the ones that are coming at you right there on the top of that page. Megan's gonna check to see if the ETJ needs a proposition. And then just my notes, my scratch on how I calculated the math. So if you guys could just look that over, those are things I'm gonna type up. And then that way we can move on from this discussion.
Tough work, but thank you for doing it.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so, city manager, discussion item number 2.
So, it's been almost a year since the county and the city, termed the interlocal agreement and created a new one, which allocated an Alpine Emergencies Board to represent the fire department and to help provide guidance and financial stability. I've asked Paul Leffler to be here to make a short presentation so that we can be updated on the current pros, cons, positives, negatives, just the overall operations of the board.
Hey, Paul, thank you. Come
Thank
on
you.
up.
Come on down.
Appreciate the chance to visit with you. Yes, we're about a year. May the 4th would actually be the anniversary of the formation of the Alpine Emergency Services Board Incorporated. I tend to forget the ink a lot,
Mhm.
but it's a 501c3 nonprofit corporation. Charged through its charter, y'all been talking about charter road changes. Guess what? I guess it's gotta be a moving document because we find things that, oh no, those are all handled. Yeah, in practice, things are a little different. But anyway, formed in May of 2023, it's a 7-member board. 3 of those positions are appointed by y'all, 4 are appointed by the county. Let you know that there's currently 1 vacancy. The county had 2 of their appointees that were 1-year terms. They've expired. 1 individual requested reappointment and was done so at the last Commissioners Court meeting. The other individual, Stephanie Elmore, is departing our city, may return at some point in time, taking a new job, taking a new challenge in life, so will not be able to serve. So the court is exploring some places or some individuals to consider. And if any of y'all have somebody you might wish to, even though it's not your appointment, what prevents you from giving me an idea that I can then pass on to the Commissioner's Court?
Yeah.
So I think the main difference between the 2 entities which fund this entity is that each of y'all operate on a fiscal year basis. For simplicity and management reasons, the board operates on a calendar year basis. So it's a little challenge for us. We need to come to y'all during budget hearings for potential funding at the beginning of your fiscal year in October, but literally those funds don't get used or accessed until January 1. So when we started in May, it was basically an unfunded operational learning group, and we did a lot of education and a lot of fact finding and a lot of looking for. Then was very graciously funded 50-50 to the tune of $40,000 each by the City Council and by the Commissioner's Court. Just prior to that and just after that, there were a couple of local citizens who thought this was an outstanding idea and contributed a total of $15,000. So there's, I call it the cushion, because at some point in time, while the county now, through action of the council, now owns all of the equipment, the rolling stock, the building, we're assuming everything else simply because it's just simpler. We're going to have some upgrades at some point in time. Is that something we can come back and probably will discuss at a point in time in the future? But I think also there needs to be some capital improvement funds retained. So I'm a budget nut, and there will be. So we took over operations October 1st of 2023. Expenses were pretty light at the end of the year, just because everybody was learning. Since the beginning of the year, or since that October 1, we have seen some additional expenses. We're trying to do a couple of 3 major things. One, bring the fire department itself into a very upfront, transparent, professional organization. Not to say that it never was or wasn't. I think it was. There's always room for improvements. So we're specifically addressing the training of the personnel, not only a schedule, but goals in mind. There's the State Firemen's and Fire Marshals Association. Literally, it is the oldest volunteer organization in the state of Texas, was chartered in 1876, has a very comprehensive training program for certification of volunteer firefighters. We're part of it. We're moving forward. Some emphasis on incident command system training, emergency vehicle operations, things that are just, you think are commonplace, but they need to be addressed on a timely basis. Vehicle maintenance is a priority. Let's just say in the past, if it cranked every time or most of the time, wasn't too worried about it, but I'm one of those folks that was raised in an automobile dealership, and Dad always said that grease and oil were a lot cheaper than metal. So we're spending some time, money, and setting up maintenance on on
Is
a
that
schedule.
in-house?
No, ma'am. Minor things, battery replacement, yes, but the majority of, we've actually had Siddons Martin, which is a large apparatus maintenance and sales corporation came in and did a complete preventative maintenance on each of our 5 big apparatuses. The smaller apparatuses are going to a local contractor, or your local mechanic. And so we're working forward on that. That's kind of nutshell about goals. Real quickly tell you a little bit about the fire department. Currently, they have 27 members. 5 of those are either in probationary or recruit status. There's some turnover. There always is, there always will. There will be some more turnover in May when Ross closes its doors and people either graduate or decide I can't do this anymore, move on down the road. But we're doing some local discussions and advertising and pressuring to, wouldn't you like to be a volunteer?
Uh-huh.
There's a way to work on that. Just for information, in 2023, a calendar year, I know you probably have not had any kind of update. The department answered 166 emergency calls. Of those, 28%, the largest, were wildland calls. Basic, what we call grass fires, wildland incidences. Interestingly enough, the next largest percentage, 27, total of 45, were EMS assist calls. And that's a management challenge there of, okay, we have a contractual emergency ambulance service, and they don't have sufficient personnel, or believe, depending upon the call, don't have sufficient personnel to handle the patient. So they request the fire department. Well, okay, it's not a problem until you send 6 people in 3 trucks to 1 lift assist. Getting that under control.
Sure you are.
The good news of that 166 total, only 15 involve structures. Yes.
Yeah.
Less than 10%. So hopefully one of the other things we're reiterating or re-encouraging is the fire prevention program that used to be very active in our schools and our community. We're going to continue that, keep moving it forward. Money's tight. We'll be here in July or June to visit with y'all about some funding, but by the same token, we're also applying for grants that are specific to volunteer fire services. One right now probably is a done deal monetarily, and has the potential to grow in the future with the Yarborough Foundation. We've applied for 2 different grants that are for actual in-kind or materials. You saw in the paper, I think last week, that Lowe's, formerly Porter's, donated a case of water to the department. That'll certainly be used. We've now applied for a grant that would provide nutritious snacks, energy bars, those kind of things that, hey, those companies want to give it away to emergency services, put our name at the front of the list, we'll take it, we'll use it. Talk about the board vacancy. I guess the last thing before any questions, if y'all have time for them, is it was pretty nice when it got done. Don't know what happened or why or the cause, but we're in a project right now. The department themselves on their own are trying to raise some dedicated funds. They've got a spaghetti supper this coming Saturday down at the Legion Hall. All the donations will go to restoring the mural that's there on the side of the shipping container, storage container between the department and the old Foxworth.
That is city property.
I'm sorry,
That is city property.
that is? Okay, you want us to not restore it?
No, I'm just letting you know that is city property.
Cool, all right. Well, The interesting thing about it is this is 2024. The Alpine Volunteer Fire Department was founded in 1924. So this is the 100th anniversary. Somewhere, I probably in my old records have the actual formation date. Be nice to know it, and I may look for it. But anyway, we're exploring the possibility of upgrading, restoring, and redoing that. So, questions, comments?
I don't know that everybody's aware that you're an actual fireman. How many years were you on the volunteer? Because you were at my house a couple of times.
She covers her face.
Two hands.
I was an active participant, volunteer of the department for 29 years. I've been involved in the volunteer fire service for 44.
Thank you.
So, thank you, ma'am. Yes, that did date me, Judy. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Judy. Yeah. All right, Councilmember Stevens, you had your hand up.
So one of the things I heard is budget cycle, gonna need money. I got that. We'll have that discussion when we talk later. What else can we help with?
Right now, I think, Councilman, just obvious support of our efforts, not only as a board, but of our personnel, our emergency services personnel. Just one of those things, if you see somebody in a fire department t-shirt, and I know you do it, I think a lot of people do, hopefully everybody else does, just say thank you. You know, I think it means a lot. Here's, and a lot of them understandably are college students, you know.
Yeah.
That's fine. They're young and sure are stronger than us old guys, you know, and probably have a little more time. But by the same token, they're somewhat transient, excuse me, correct term. So if you not only are appreciative of their efforts, and I know you are, sometimes it helps to say that. And then secondly, maybe look at some of your friends that are more long-term, stable, grounded citizens of our community that might be interested in volunteering their time.
And somebody for the board, right?
And if you've got a suggestion of somebody from the board to serve on the board,
Let you know.
let me know.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Councilmember Sandate,
No question.
No,
Councilmember Nance.
No questions.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Paul. I appreciate it. All right. So discussion item number 3, I can see that belongs to Councilmember Stevens.
So very quickly, I just asked to put that on the agenda. We just had a workshop on it. Spent an hour talking about short-term rental ordinance. My only point is, I'm looking forward to getting that updated so we can go focus on compliance, because right now we've had it around since 2021 and we've not asked anyone to follow it. So that's all I've got to say.
Okay. All right, and Councilmember Stevens, you also have discussion item number 4.
So number 4, I was asked to put this on the agenda by a resident in Ward 5. The farmer's market, their last day is the 27th of April. There's a couple issues going on over there. The reason they were asked to close down was because of compliance or lack of compliance for having restroom facilities and running water. I'm a believer that the farmer's market is a good thing for Alpine. I've had some discussions with Heather about some of the options. I've talked to Megan. I just want to put, and I believe council ought to support whatever actions are necessary to go forward. There's been some consideration of potentially doing it at the visitor center. Now that we have a venue there, we got the nice awning. I think there's an opportunity to work that. In my mind, the city ought to take a look at that, but I think that's really between Heather and Megan and the chief from a parking standpoint. And there'd have to be some rules and all that. I just want to express my support for the city being able to work it and come up with a solution. And we got to figure out how to go do that, because I think it's important for the city.
Okay, and I also had people contact me wanting to have it at the visitor center, and I know Heather has spoken with them. And I'm in support of that as well. I think that would be a great venue. I know parking is an issue, but you know.
Chief will work it. Yeah, so my view is, Megan, you know, you and Heather can go figure it out, and whatever we can do, I'm happy to go do.
Haven't they done stuff where they just shut that street? They could all go up and down that street.
It would be the alley, the back parking
Back alley.
area, and then part of Third Street. I know that the first thing I did was ask Chief to speak with Heather because the parking is my biggest concern. Because I've seen them park on Murphy Street. And that with being Highway 90 right there. So Chief did reach out, they've discussed that, come up with options, and Heather and I have already discussed some kind of like in-vendor application, some processes that we could do internally to make sure everything runs smoothly.
So y'all are thinking that it
And
could be,
will y'all charge?
Go.
Did she charge over there?
no, only if they made
It's a
$100.
donation. They took the donation if you need a certain amount of money. They asked if the vendor made $100.
Cause if it's Saturday, would you have to be there?
We're open on Saturdays anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we're starting to talk and work,
Okay.
we'll work that out.
Okay.
It's not always me, but yeah, we're open on Saturday.
So you think it's quite possible then?
Yeah, once we get some stuff in place, I know we talked about insurance liabilities, and we're just
Okay.
gonna do some internal stuff, administrative stuff, so that we can get the process forward.
Good deal. Councilmember Nance?
The question I would have is, I know the farmer's market has a container over there, container box with all the tables and everything else stored in there. So I'm wondering where that would be stored, and then if it's getting drawn
Are
across
they
the
giving
street.
it to
put
her?
that up.
That's the question.
They have offered some things, but the container was not one of those things. I think they're probably gonna take that. We would not offer storage for vendors. We don't have that. My storage is full of all my beautiful Christmas decorations.
And they are beautiful.
So we wouldn't offer a storage space. They would have to bring their tables. I think we could probably fit at least 10 or 12 vendors under the pavilion. And then we would offer, the additional grass space to the side for some tents, but we wouldn't put people all across the front lawn. I don't want that look, you know?
Uh-huh.
But when we hosted the weekly one during COVID,
I'm gonna have to, can you come up to the
I'm
podium
sorry.
so everyone can hear you?
Okay.
Sorry about that.
I think-
What ward you live in?
I'm just so excited about this.
My name is Heather Yaden. I don't live in the city limits. So I don't have to say my word. But I do run the visitor center. So that's why I'm part of the discussion. So I think that when we hosted the midweek mercantile is what we called it during COVID, we were trying to offer an outdoor venue for something to do during the week. We originally did it on Wednesdays, then we switched it to Thursday to get people coming in for a long weekend. And we had really good attendance, and that was when we closed Third Street. We closed Third Street though, because we didn't have the pavilion built yet. That came about, and then we closed down for the construction. And then that was when like everything reopened and started again. And it didn't make sense to continue the weekly market after that. Basically because once you're competing with all the school sports things on Thursday night, all the other things going on, we had seen a decline in attendance already. So by the time the pavilion was finished, April, exactly almost 2 years ago right now, we're always going to remember it because I was about ready to pop out my baby who turns 2 on Friday. So I'll always know when that was done. But it was done. And that was, by that time, everything was back open. So we discussed it wasn't something that we needed to continue. We have used the pavilion for other events. We just had at least, I would say 150, 200 people there last Saturday, the Saturday before, the 6th for the Dark Skies information. We offered that as a Dark Skies celebration here in Alpine leading up to the eclipse. And the library came over and set up for that. They used that little side yard that we're talking about as possible tent space. So we're able to host things a lot easier now that we have the venue. We don't have to drag as much stuff out and shut down the street. So Daryl and I talked about the side alley and the back alley just on my part of the block, just for that day. We are a Go Texan member right now. Visit Alpine is. That's how I can go represent us at the state fair and the Go Texan Pavilion and things like that. So that actually opens us up for some funding opportunities from them. There is a grant available, and that closes out on May 16th. That would be usable for signage and local marketing, which is good because that's the stuff that our hot funds cannot be used for, is the local marketing. And we had that last time during the midweek mercantile. We became a Go Texas member, and we got the grant twice, I think, during that time, 2 years, 5,000 each time. we,
I know for sure 1 year.
I think, well, and I did the
I think it
reporting on that.
carried
Yeah,
over to
it,
the second
they
year.
also opened it up extra during that time specifically because of COVID. So it was a little bit different cycle than what you're on right now with Go Texan. But I think that that's a really good opportunity for us to get some money so that we could put up street signs. That's something that we did after the first few months of the midweek mercantile. We had a banner made that said we're shutting the streets shut down for this. But I think if we're going to do it, we need to decide and hopefully get some stuff in place so they don't miss a week. That's a really big deal with it. It's the consistency factor. I have some ideas that Megan and I have talked about. I don't want to really, I don't think that it's worth December and January weather. I don't know how the vendors feel about that, but I do not think that that's when that we need to be like, no matter what, we're doing it. If people aren't going to be out there because it's freezing cold, then there's no reason to have it in those months. So yeah, that's all workable. I think if we're going to do it, though, we need to make the commitment to do it like moving forward because they're looking for a permanent home. They're not looking for a temporary fix.
And will they be fine with the seasonal part?
I don't know. I think that if they wanted to go indoors for that time, there are other options in town that have offered an indoor space. I think that the biggest difference between us and some of the other options that have come up is that we have no teeth. Like we're not trying to make any money in it. We're just offering our space for the community, for visitors. It's a perfect blend of those two things where our community sees why tourism is so important because tourists come through there and tourists shop and buy things from them. Other people's money is always good. So that's the kind of thing that I think where it's going to blend together. Marfa hosts theirs at their visitor center. They have a pavilion in the back of the visitor center at Marfa and they host theirs. It's common, that visitor centers do offer the space. So it's not like this is a new idea. It's just something that we never wanted to do anything on Saturday to compete with the existing farmers market. It has a 20-year established following, but this gives us an opportunity to offer our space now since they are making the decision to end. Obviously, we don't have an issue with bathrooms. We've got 5 beautiful restrooms back there. I think that, it also give us an opportunity to go back to doing a little bit more music at the visitor center. Whenever we are having the farmers market, they have a group that plays there some. They did build a stage out there. I haven't talked to anybody about that. I don't know if that could be worked into my current space or not. I'm not sure how big it is. We'd have to measure and things like that because people raised money for that stage. John Davis did. And then they also did a really, I think Tom Curry painted stuff, like did the decoration on it. Yeah. So, you'd hate to see something like that go away. But if we don't use it, somebody else will, I'm sure. So all of that though, the owner has contacted me and talked to me about some of the stuff that they would be willing to give. So good deal.
Thanks, Robert.
One last question, electrical. Do they have electrical at the farmer's market now and is it available at the visitor center outside?
They do. And I have lots of electrical. I had it all put in with the remodel. Every single pole has an outlet for my Christmas decorations. And then there's also a couple outlets on the outside building. There's actually the big outlet. I don't know what they're called. They can do more.
The big outlet.
Yeah, what
Just
the,
figuring out what's good.
right. So there's one of those at the end that like one of Eddie's towers can plug into that could then take a bunch of the other things. There's one of those outlets put in on the backside of the restrooms. And that was, we were thinking that in case we ever wanted to put music back there on the stage that I always put on my 5-year plan.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, Heather. All right. Great conversation. Moving on, this one shouldn't take too long. It's mine. Discuss policies and procedures regarding proclamations and ceremonial requests, including the addition of proclamations, the presentation of ceremonial requests, and providing for council members to assist in reading proclamations at the meetings where they may be scheduled. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so I just wanted to point out that on the city website, we do have information regarding ceremonial requests that members of the community can submit. I know that we had one where we recognized a World War II veteran that had grown up in the community. His family had put this through. There's a form to fill out, and Gio put this in your city council packet so that you could see this. Now, as far as the charter, the mayor is the head for all ceremonial requests in the city, such as the proclamations. So they go through the mayor's office. I have requested that we have no more than 4 proclamations per meeting. When you have a lot of them, they lose their importance. Each one diminishes exponentially. Also, I have requested that we enable council or the city manager or city secretary to also help in reading when there's multiple ones. So
Big
that
words.
involves all of us, yeah, with the big words. So it's not just me stumbling on them. It involve you guys too. And I wanted to let you know that you also can put proclamations on. It's not just limited to the mayor or citizens or the city manager or the city secretary. The city secretary has done a great job in handling the proclamations, and it just makes sense that they continue doing that. So Geo is going to continue doing that for what's called the office of the mayor. It sounds so very important for the office of the mayor for ceremonial requests. And so Geo will continue doing that. And I just wanted any other feedback that you guys may have. Wanted to let you know that I would love to have you help me read, and yeah. You're good.
I would like to know that if you do have a proclamation and there's no one present, do you feel that you need to continue to read it or just acknowledge and sign it?
That's a good question. I think if no one's present, just acknowledge it, that it's Safe Digging Month and just sign it.
Yep.
What are your thoughts? Yeah, okay. Good question. All right, perfect. All right, and then moving on to the last discussion item, and then we'll take a short break. Councilmember Stokes, this is yours.
Discuss the use of city buildings and plan moving forward, including future improvements, changes, and relocation of employees. We've gone back and forth over this, or I have with Megan, and I wanted to get it on. I don't have any more meetings, so I wanted my voice in on this. I have trouble wanting to dump money into this falling down building. With that said, there's no way to improve it without spending money. No way to change your situation of all those employees that were here, the employees that weren't here, in the current facilities everybody has. So I would hope that if you're gonna pull people out of I still call it the Sunshine House, the old school building, sell it. Take that money and dump it somewhere, but not back into this building. I don't think, we sit here and we had the discussion of move council in there and put Megan here and knock down one of these crappy walls. I think there's gotta be a better way. And if it involves having to go out for a little loan and take that building over there and take that money, I would rather see that done. And that's just was my opinion. I don't know what everybody else is thinking. I don't know what everybody else wants. I just hate to see a lot of effort put into this building when we know it's not worth it. Nothing you can do other than knock out walls and go that way is going to make this any bigger. And y'all are falling all over each other. 2 horrible bathrooms, or else you're having to go into here. I don't think it's worthwhile.
So are you suggesting a new city hall?
That sounds great. That's a lot of money though.
Yes.
I mean, that's major money. I don't know how much more it would take to get everybody in that building. I do know we have a drive-through out of the old gas building. I've always thought, why don't we pay our bills out there? I wouldn't even have to get out of the car. You could pay gas and water.
So put the water department out there too.
I
Water
would
and
rather
gas.
build onto that building than this one. And let people pay their bills out there. Get that billing out of here, and then you would have some more room over there. Even if you had to redo over there. I think that 900-year-old building is in better shape than this one.
At least part of it.
All right.
A few models.
I mean, I don't know. I just see so much has been dumped into that, and it's beautiful. Right after the girls went, me, nosy me, I'm gonna look at your building, blah, 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 blah. It's so neat over there. I mean, I just think it is. And I just think this building is done. That's my opinion. It's kind of done. And I don't know what to tell you to do with it, and I won't be around. So I just wanted to voice my opinion before I was gone. Have it on the record so I could go back and listen.
Councilmember Nance?
Oh. I mean, if we're moving finance back in here, that's what was originally in here, right?
Yes.
So we're not packing any more people in than was previous, but it is tight. But we're not doing any more than we've done in the past.
No,
It'd
we,
be in here, like in
Well-
this room.
that's one option is we've moved them in here and moved council out. The other option is we go back to how we were where we have 2 per office.
Which
So
is
you
kinda
have 2 employees in every office.
like Alex in your
Would be
office
bad.
and everyone else in there in the middle office and everything else.
And then Alex didn't have a desk in your office. So she had to work on the counter. Council members, go ahead.
So the initial reason why we remodeled the Sunshine House is because of the pandemic. We were 2 people to an office on top of each other. It made it really hard when one person got sick. We all got sick, or one person thought and we all stayed home because of the conditions that were going on. The implementation and execution of it took much, much longer than when the initial resolution and process was put in place. It was hard to stop midstream on a project. A lot turned over between 20, 21, 22, when the building was finally finished. We did not initially move everyone over there to begin with because the functionality of how our offices intertwine with each other, from the administrative, the finance, and the utility billing, we didn't realize was how much it was. When we moved finance out, because it's like, we need the space, we're on top of each other. We didn't realize how intertwined we are with each other, and the communication and the documentation and the authorization and the back and forth, that it has created unfortunate issues because it's a back and forth and it's chasing all over town. Yes, we're a small community and it doesn't take us long to get from one place to the other, but it still takes time. We just had the discussion. Time is the most valuable thing we have. Utility billing is with finance because they are a powerhouse with me. And the reason I keep them with finance is a security and for accountability and assurances. To move them to another building with another department makes me uncomfortable. My background's finance. I'm all about protecting the money.
Are they together now?
So all of the utility billing is together in this office. And the reason they're still in this office is because I'm here.
Okay,
Finance is the only one who was moved out.
all right.
I've mentioned it on several occasions about the leadership. I don't disagree with you at all, not wanting to dump more money.
I know.
But I need a short-term solution to a long-term plan, because currently we are not functioning at the level we should be by having the leadership, the accountability, the intertwine. We work hand in hand. Never thought about it. We all wanted our space because we didn't want COVID. Poor Gio knows it because the records, they're large amounts of them, they're everywhere.
Yeah.
He was under the interpretation that when we started the remodel, he was gonna get the first half of the building, and I was under the impression, it's like, I get the whole building. And then we only remodeled like 3/4 of it.
So let me redirect just a bit. So your suggestion is we need a short-term solution for a long-term problem. You're suggesting moving council to the civic center, building some kind of wall because we know there's a sound problem or something for the sound issue. Moving finance in here, and then meanwhile, are you recommending we construct a new building as Councilmember Stokes is suggesting?
I think the employees and the citizens of Alpine deserve a city hall that functions.
So would
This is a
that
bar.
be, would
This
that
was
be,
an old bar.
would that be the short-term solution for the long-term construction of building this new?
Yes, and then
Okay.
ultimately, it wouldn't be just city hall and finance. Ultimately, the idea of a new city hall would include other departments. We've briefly talked about it in the past about selling more than just one building. It wouldn't be just the Sunshine House. We would condense into a smaller footprint, not be so far spread out. Get rid of those assets and then maintain. And all of you said it, it's dumping more money into
Right.
something that's not really.
So you're suggesting moving utilities, gas, police all into this one brand new building and then selling those other assets?
Pretty much.
Okay.
Utilities and utility field, not utilities billing. I do foresee us coming up with a solution where we put all of our utilities together.
Here in the new building.
Not necessarily here, because we do have, like you said, you do have the gas department, and they have a fairly big yard, and maybe we construct another. Another possible short-term solution is putting a modular office where at least the connectivity between finance and what we need. There are possibilities. I'm just concerned that I need to get the connectivity back in place.
Councilmember Nance?
Interesting, a couple things, like commercial real estate right now is, no bueno. And that's because so many options out there now for co-working or shared office space or work from home. I was wondering if any of that could be an option. I'm not a big fan of like work from home stuff, but we also have that same problem of, attracting directors and everything else like that, or people. And I think high worth individuals sometimes really like that work from home aspect, or even being creative with it, where maybe employees can work earlier in the day, stay a little later, so we're utilizing the space in a more creative way.
Flex scheduling.
Flex scheduling or anything else, because it just scares me to go in and dump money into commercial assets. And I mean, it's still not cheap out here. Nothing's cheap out here. Building wouldn't be cheap. So for the short-term solutions like you're talking about, I wonder if we can just basically create this problem into a dual solution and say, what would most interest the employees here on something like flex scheduling or anything else like that? There's a win-win.
So I do get mixed reviews on that. I do have people that are interested. The only problem is we are on a paper system. And so it's the movement of paper. It would be having someone to have to get a PO and then having to go get the documentation. Well, this person's at home because we don't have that digital aspect in place to be able to go into a software system, initiate, execute, and it's all done behind a computer. All of our stuff right now requires signatures. It requires the back and forth with documentation. So we're moving it around. To be able to have that availability, we would have to go more digital. My big concern is also from an audit perspective, because we're on paper. I know that during COVID, we did have 2 employees who could work from home. One, it was a back and forth of having to come pick up papers, taking them back home, and then would go to run a payroll or something, and would go, oh, well, that's at her house. We need to go get it and bring it back. We don't have a perfect system. I think it is something that we can look into, and you're right, some people do want to work from home, but we also don't have a system in place for accountability, a check-in, a check-out. We would all have to develop that at the same time.
That's the one thing that kind of scares me, is we're at the very beginning, I think, of this, of, really trying to accelerate technology into the things like getting a lot of cloud-based software, or your HR, some of the things like, not payroll, but clock in, clock out, all that kind of stuff. So it scares me. I mean, I think you're right. We need a short-term solution for this, and I don't know what that looks like, but I don't know if I'm hot to trot to go build a new building or anything else like that, when there's so many different moving pieces right now in the way.
That could be a discussion for later. Right now, we need that short-term solution.
I said, and I know the team is not overly upset if we start back to where we were, but it's not functional as a person who needs some space, or if you have someone on top of you. We are a family, we are one team, and some days we don't have a good day. And when you've got 3 people right there with you, it makes it harder. So I'm just looking at possibilities of rearranging this building for the time being. I did take into consideration trying to move everyone over in that building. It wasn't fully developed on that one side. The office space it's big, but it's not. You'd still have to have multiple people in one room, and we have so many employees. It's kind of the same thing. It's same square footage here, same square, it's moving them around.
Okay, Martine?
How many square feet we got in this building? Anybody know square footage of this building?
Looks like Megan can find it.
Nobody looking at me. I don't know.
Pretty good size.
A bunch.
Uh-huh.
We'll say Paul's still here. He's the one that did the appraisals.
You should remember, right? You should remember everyone that you did.
You're thinking, Megan, but there's been at least 2 things since then. That was a number of years ago. I do have it electronically.
Like a guesstimate.
Yes. Uh-huh.
The majority of the space in this building is in.
It's right there.
Is
Oh,
in
yeah,
the
next door.
facility next door.
And this was not designed as an office space.
Oh,
No,
Uh-huh.
it's a beer distribution, so.
Okay. So while she's looking that up for Councilmember Sandate, Councilmember Stevens.
Yeah, I think we're talking about what's our short-term plan
Right.
leading to a long-term plan. I just think about, we have roughly 100 employees, give or take a little bit. I find it difficult to believe we're gonna shrink or grow too much. Over half of them work outside, so we're talking 40 to 50 people in the administrative area. I think, part of the budget discussion, Megan, is to help us understand how you see it all working together and what some of the options that would be, in terms of working that. But it's not gonna get any easier. And frankly, I don't have a good handle, I don't know that any of us do, about all the facilities we own in Alpine.
Uh-huh.
We don't. We don't. So, 4 fire stations, we've got Sunshine House, I don't know what else. we
Gas
got.
department,
The gas
building,
department, we got this building.
the police department and water
Yeah,
department.
So it'd be helpful to understand that and think about, okay, here's almost the sequence we're gonna have to work our way through to get through this stuff. And then in the meantime, if getting cause you got how many employees you're talking about over at the Sunshine House you wanna move over?
6.
6. We got plenty of land out here. If we put a portable in there right now, and it's gonna buy us 3 or 4 years to buy us time, think about that. That may be your solution. Is getting a portable moved in. And that way gives you quick and easy access. Until we work the longer term.
It's what schools do.
Yeah.
Okay, did you have the answer?
I wasn't able to find it.
I can get it for y'all, but
It's not
Okay.
gonna make for us, but
Okay.
Put your thoughts together and come back.
What are your thoughts on that,
Can I
Martin?
get move council to the civic center, petition and everything?
may I
Short term,
Yes.
short term.
I just, I'm the one who gets the complaints about the audio, the visual, and it's more often than not, we have certain people who really think our camera shouldn't include the lights up here, or the audio is not good enough, and I just want to say that if we do that, I think we should be prepared to spend a considerable amount to make sure that it's up to par. Brewster
For
County
sound.
recently improved theirs, they're getting 4K, everything, all of the audio systems, and they've consulted with Philosopher's.
Uh-huh.
And
Oh.
I am not a media, I'm not an expert in that. and I
Right.
don't want to be tasked and charged with doing a project like that when I don't think I can personally
Qualify.
have the knowledge or have the time to really get to the point where I'm an expert. So if we did go that route, I would really appreciate being able to use a contractor like that and just really make sure that we do it right for our residents, because again, I get them all the time and I want to improve things, but if we make it a priority, I think I'll be able to
Okay.
with some help.
So
So if we move council to, what I'm hearing, if we move council to the civic center, we're gonna need to spend some money
Build a
to have
wall,
company
spend
come
some
in.
money to fix the electrical outlets that aren't working on the side of the building. Make sure that we have an audio system that really captures what I'm
Lighting.
saying. I have people say, oh, well, this person who sits here, I can't hear what they say half the time, or what have you, but I just think we need to be prepared to really make sure that it's acceptable and better than what we have right now.
Okay, or otherwise, we're thinking short-term solution, portable or move council. All right, Councilmember Nance.
I was gonna ask, does it make sense to move council like to another venue? So then you can retake this space for employees, but council would be held at maybe the public library or something close.
It would be difficult to you would have to move all the AV equipment. You would have to make sure that you have everything set up where, it's good, quality visual and audio. Any documents and things like that, we'd have to manually take those.
Every council.
And it's
meeting,
also been.
Every
kind of
commissioner's
mentioned-
meeting.
Kind of mentioned, set up and take down like we don't really have the time to be setting up every time. You have to consider too, there's events in that space. And then we have a building maintenance person who cleans the Civic Center. She's part-time. She's, you know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of variables, I think, whenever you start thinking about, real short-term solutions.
So I think this needs to be another discussion item while we're thinking about the short term. Unless council thinks that you can reach a conclusion this evening on which direction you want them to go.
I do have one more question for Megan. What is the employees' thoughts about work from home, co-shared spaces, things like that? Is there any interest? I mean, outside of the management aspect, just in an ideal world.
No, yeah, we've had a few come back and ask about those possibilities. It's mixed reviews. Some are all on board with it. It's just having the setup to allow them to be able to do that in the process. Unfortunately, accounts receivable and utility billing can't work from home because I don't think any of our residents want to go make a utility payment at someone's house.
And I don't think the employees want that either.
So we have,
If they do it at the visitor center.
Yeah, and then Heather could take it.
we do have
We thought a bank.
very few positions that really could take advantage of that. Most of our stuff really is hands-on customer service. It's not behind the scenes. It's not an answering the phone. Like I said, during COVID, I'm only aware of 3 that actually worked. One accounts payable individual, but even then it was still back and forth, delivering purchase orders, delivering invoices. It wasn't truly work from home. Our receptionist was able to take phone calls and field them from home. Did you work from home?
I work during the freeze. I was answering the phone from home on my internet connection.
I did not work from home at any point. So it really is a mixed.
City Secretary, how many items do we have on discussion for next week or next meeting?
I believe we have very many so far.
If there's not, just add this and we'll continue the discussion next week or next
Yes, there's
meeting.
currently nothing listed.
Okay. Can we have figures for portables by then?
I can try.
All right, so that concludes information and discussion. We're gonna take a short 5-minute break before we move into action items. Okay. You recording? Okay. All right, back from break. We're moving into action items. The first action item belongs to Councilmember Stevens.
Thank you, Mayor. This is very simply to approve the ordinance for the second and final reading of the ordinance authorizing the installation of the additional throughway stop sign at east and westbound intersections on Hancock Drive and Avenue B, and I'd like to make the motion to approve it.
Okay, I need a second to approve the
Second.
stop signs. Okay, any discussion? Councilmember Stokes?
I wasn't here to approve the first, but I would have.
Yeah. Okay, all right, Councilmember Nance?
No comments.
No comment.
Nothing.
Okay, all in favor, please raise your right hand. City Secretary, it passes unanimously to approve the stop signs at eastbound and westbound North Hancock Drive and Avenue B. Moving on to action item number 2, City Manager.
Approve the first reading of ordinance 2024-04-03. An ordinance amending chapter 23, City Council to the Alpine Code of Ordinances, amending Article 1 in general, amending Article 2, Rules of Procedure, amending Article 3, Rules of Decorum, amending rules, regulations, and guidelines for city council meetings and procedures, providing cumulative and severability clauses, providing a Texas Open Meeting Act clause, and providing an effective date.
I need a motion.
I make a motion to approve the first reading of ordinance 2024-04-03.
I need a second.
I'll second.
All right, discussion, City Manager.
It was just recently discovered that we did leave out a little clarification blurb. So hopefully you guys don't mind amending. Under the executive reports, we did not include the discussion only clarification unless the topic is listed on the agenda. And so we'd like to update under we'll try to call it out. Section 23-12 order of business to include under the executive reports additional clarification that executive reports that do not specifically list out the items are discussion only.
So I'd like to amend my motion to approve the first reading of ordinance 2024-04-03 with the amendments to section 23-12 order of business amendment.
So that'd be an amended motion on the table as well.
Okay. And City Secretary, you sent us something back out regarding this ordinance via email. Do we need to amend that as well?
No,
It's,
because I did post an amended packet online, and
Okay.
then I provided you all that copy plus the hard copy of the ordinance here.
okay,
So you would be voting on that amended one
on the amended one.
with the amendment that Stokes offered.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Nance?
I don't think I have any comments. I guess I need a second while you go through people.
Sure. Councilmember Sandate?
Okay.
I wish I could fix that blind for you. I tried, it doesn't work. Another reason this building isn't very good. Councilmember Stevens?
So the only item I had was dealing with public comments. I thought we agreed at the workshop that people to make the comment during the meeting, and I didn't see that reflected.
We had instead added that the council could request they come back up to the podium for an additional 3 minutes, and I added that under the audience participation. It's number 7.
Number
7, okay, I'm sorry,
wait, number 7?
Yeah, under audience participation, it's added as a new.
What page is that on?
What
City
page are we
Secretary?
on?
It's 23-17. I don't have page numbers, guys. I'm sorry. Audience participation.
And so you added a new number 7?
Yes, it's what we discussed at the
Oh.
workshop. Councilor Stevens had said, well, if we have the opportunity to call them back up, then, you know.
I was good with that, I just didn't see it, so that's why. Okay.
Okay, where is it?
Also, it's the
2318?
2317, that's right, yes,
And then you added
Should
item.
be under number 7 there under audience participation.
2317 audience participation, yeah.
Did we agree that that was action items and not discussion? As well?
Yes, the council did agree that it would be only action items. At that discussion last time. So it does say the presiding officer or city council member may, by simple request, call upon a member of the public who is physically present to provide feedback during consideration of any action item.
I got it. You good?
Where do you see it? I'm still,
Okay, it's on the third to last page, under
I'm on 23-17.
23-17, go all the way to the bottom. The next page, under parenthetical 7, right before 23.
May not have an amended one.
Oh, probably not. Yeah, because mine ends with number 6.
Oh, I printed them physically separate. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm not trying to get one. Okay. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, it's there.
Too many papers. Okay, it's there.
Yeah,
I
it's there.
trust.
I'm good with it. Thank you.
Okay,
Okay. So I have no other comments.
okay. Good.
So nobody
Okay.
seconded my amended motion.
Because we're still in
need to-
discussion.
No, did you?
Because I thought he just said what the motion was for,
The amendment that Stokes offered was not included.
or was not included.
So that was.
Gotcha. I will second it.
And Councilmember Nance hasn't discussed.
Yeah, the changes I was looking for were made, so no changes on my end.
Okay, all right. So the amended motion on the table is Councilmember Stokes.
To approve the first reading of ordinance 2024-04-03 with the amendment made in section 23-12, which is the order of business amendment.
Okay, and Councilmember Stevens, you said you second.
I did.
All right, any other discussion?
One last one. After this is approved, this is how the meetings will start next meeting.
No.
No, so, you still have the second and final reading, so we'll go and make that slight modification and update it. I did ask you, and he prepared kind of a calendar and a list of how it would start. We put with the effective being the first, or actually the second.
May
meeting of
21st.
May 21st, which would have a deadline of May 8th, which would be right after that council meeting.
Okay, perfect.
Yep.
All right, good. All right, any other discussion? Okay, let's vote on the amended motion. All in favor, please raise your right hand. Okay, City Secretary, it passes unanimously.
And then just the original motion as motion.
Oh, and the original motion
As a
as amended, all in favor, please raise your right hand. Okay, and then that also. Thank you. All right. All right, the next action item, number 3, belongs to City Manager. Oh, Councilmember Stokes, my apologies.
Approves the first reading of ordinance 2024-04-04, an ordinance authorizing the vacation, abandonment, and sale of approximately 0.128 acres of city property being the underdeveloped alley lying between lots 1 and 10, block 71, original town site, between South First and South Second Streets in the city of Alpine, Brewster County, Texas. Authorizing the city manager to execute a deed without warranty, directing that funds from the sale of the city's interest be deposited in the general fund for the purpose of street improvements, providing for terms and conditions of such thereof, providing for a severability clause, providing for an effective date.
I need a motion.
I'll make the motion.
I need a second.
Second.
Okay, discussion, Councilmember Stokes.
This is just the alley that's in the old community center building that the crisis center bought, and they would like to be able to own it so that they can get a clear deed of record. It helps with the grant funding and all this, the stuff that they've got involved in all of it. I think they've turned everything in that they need to, and it'd be nice to have it.
Okay.
It'd be nice to own that,
Yeah.
going through that building. That alley's been there 71 years, so the
The
building's been there 71 years,
The building.
that the alley has not been used. So I don't
71
think we
years.
need it anymore.
Think. Councilmember Nance,
No comments.
Councilmember Sandate,
No comment.
Councilmember Stevens.
I'd like to see the city try and take it back. No.
Just kidding.
Just kidding, because it's in the doggone building.
Yes, that's right. All right, we're ready for a vote. All in favor, please raise your right hand. All right, City Secretary, this motion passes to approve. See which one, go back. To approve ordinance 2024-04-04. All right, moving on. Action item number 4, City Manager.
Approve Texas Water Development Board application affidavit for request for financial assistance for lead service line replacement funding under the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund.
I need a motion.
Motion to approve.
I need a second.
Second.
All right, discussion, city manager.
So, at the April 2nd meeting, the council did allow for me to apply for the intent to move forward with an application for funding for lead and copper replacement under the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. As part of the application process, which is due May 15th, we do have specific forms that have to be completed and provided to them. I do have for this one, the application of affidavit. This is to request financial assistance specifically, allowing me to be the authorized representative so that I can deal directly with them on any information and things that they need.
Okay. Councilmember Stokes.
I don't have a problem with it.
Okay, Councilmember Nance.
I was actually just talking to the mayor yesterday at another meeting and dawned on me, would we be able, if this project moves forward and we would be replacing pipe up to the property line, right?
It would be just on the city side and it would be the deliverable from the engineering report for the lead and copper side.
Where is a water meter? On the residence property or at the demarcation?
Depends on what year it was put in.
Okay, here's where my mind was going. If we were doing something like this, ripping up roads, replacing pipe, doing the good work, is that a good time to move towards automated meter readers?
It really would have to be discussion to see what deliverables we received as part of the engineering side, because it's not going to replace all water lines. It's directly targeted to the lead and copper. So not all of our system is lead and copper, obviously. As far as the meter location, it is technically on the property line, but unfortunately, prior it was kind of just put where a resident asked for it. I think it's part of the discussion to look at that direction, but the funding this would be additional funding outside of this.
And that's where I was kind of wondering, if in our 5 or 10 year timeline, when we hope to move towards automated meter readers, pop a cellular unit up on a tower and start allowing that service because we know that, utilities and stuff here are always fun in Alpine. Whatever service we can do as a value add for those people, if it's going to align and dovetail into that, I think it would be important. But
I think we'd have to see really what the deliverables are from this.
And we don't know we have no idea currently of a survey of how much lead and copper we even have out there.
No, and I have a meeting tomorrow to discuss that.
Councilmember Sandate.
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Stevens.
So this would allow you to submit the application. What comes after this, assuming the application goes in?
So we have to submit the application by May 15th. The application is very detailed. It has a lot of financial information. As mentioned, I've already notified our financial advisors and our prior bond counsel, our engineers to help complete those different sections of the application. The application then gets reviewed. Doesn't mean we may get it. They may reject it. They may alter it. They may say, well, we said 6 million, but we're going to change it. As we go through that process, we'll know better at where the Water Development Board is. But in concurrent with what's going on, in order to be prepared, if they do accept this application, we've also already submitted our RFPs because we are required to go out for bond counsel, engineering, and financial advisors. So that's already hit the papers now so that we're not any further behind. The next item on the agenda is the application authorized representative resolution. It does name our current people, but that doesn't mean that they'll be the ones we select for the actual project. Up until we sign an actual agreement, nothing is confirmed, nothing 100%.
So we're applying. If we get approval, then the next action will be come back to council with a formal proposal to accept for implementation.
Not only that, but we have to approve our bond counsel.
Yep.
Which will provide guidance, our financial advisors, which provide guidance, and then of course our engineers to really determine the scope of the project to the specific needs.
Okay, so this is, go get money. It's like buying a car. You get your loan pre-approved.
Yeah.
But you don't buy the car.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's another step.
We're in the test driving stage.
I got it. But in terms of loan approval, you know what you buy.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Okay, any other discussion?
have a little bit, Megan. Then, good question, does this mean, should we just expect to pretty much have single audits? Pretty much for the future, because we are going out for large grants and everything, or?
That is a possibility, yes. The single audit only occurs in the year in which we spend the money. We haven't had the single audit on the ARPA funds because we haven't physically spent.
Mhm.
So once we spend it, it triggers a single audit. There is conversations with the threshold being moved up from 750,000 to.
And then next question I had, the
Wait,
timeline.
1 second. Can you explain what a single audit is, please?
So the federal government has a threshold in which you receive federal funds through any of their grant programs that you have a single audit. A single audit is more detailed, much more expensive, but they do a fine comb through your financials to make sure you're not only compliant with the actual financial side, but also with the procedural side.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councilmember Nance.
The next question, if we do go for approval, when do we start actually replacing it? What's that timeline, project timeline?
So that would be part of the scope of the actual project to determine what the timeline is. That could be anywhere from 3 to 4 or 5 years from when we actually move forward.
So we're 3 to 4 years out at least.
Yes.
So that would give us time to get automated meters, kind of procure a little money, or just think about it, or do other
That's
things.
another revenue path we could take to try to coincide the two together.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't tomorrow. Like 3 to 4 years is a good amount of time to
Yeah.
prepare.
Well, it sounds like it, but you know,
We'll be back, Judy, by then.
Yeah, I think you'll be back on council.
I'm gonna be right there on the front row with my 3 minutes.
Any other discussions? All right, let's vote. All in favor for the Texas Water Development Board application, please raise your right hand. Okay, City Secretary, it passes unanimously. Okay, action item number 6, City Manager.
Approved, action item number 5. Approved Texas Water Development Board application filing and authorized representative resolution for lead service line replacement funding under the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund.
Okay, thank you. I need a motion.
Moved.
Second.
I'll second it.
All right, discussion, City Manager.
So this is the second required documentation that Water Development Board requires. This is authorizing me as the designated authorized representative, but also outlining for the application process only. Our financial advisors, U.S. Capital Advisors, the engineers Jacob and Marin, and the bond counsel is Bickerstaff Health, Delgado, Costa.
Okay. Any discussion? Councilmember Stokes?
Good.
Yes. Sandate Stevens. All in favor, please raise your right hand. Okay, City Secretary, it passes unanimously for the Water Development Board application filing and authorized representative resolution for lead service line replacement. All right, moving on to action item number 6, City Manager.
Approve the transfer of hotel occupancy funds originally granted to the Kiwanis Club of Alpine in the amount of $6,250 for advertising and promotion of arts for the 4th of July celebrations to the Alpine Community Projects nonprofit for taking on the 4th of July celebrations.
I need a motion.
I'll make the motion.
I need a second.
I'll second.
Okay, discussion, City Manager.
At the beginning of this year, Chris Ruggie and I were notified by Kiwanis member Rhonda Cole that she will not be moving forward with the 4th of July festivities. They did apply for grant funding under the hotel occupancy in the amount of $6,250. 4,000 of that is specifically for advertising, and 2,250 of that is for promotion of the arts. Since she decided to step down, several organizations within the community have stepped up to continue the festivities, and it has requested, because the money had already been allocated through the hot funds, that if they could access them in order to make this clear and transparent, and that this is going to a separate organization, we're asking council to support the decision to transfer the funds. This isn't we cut them a check. They do have to provide the proper documentation and advertising to be able to utilize these funds.
Okay.
And Chris and I both think that this is a good idea.
All right. Councilmember Stokes.
No, I agree. Let them have it.
Councilmember Nance.
Comments?
Sandate
Comment.
Stevens. All in favor, please raise your right hand. All in favor, please raise your right hand. Okay, so we have 3 council members in favor. Councilmember Stevens.
I'm recusing myself because I'm part of the Alpine Community Project.
Okay, and Councilmember Stevens is abstaining. The motion carries. Councilmember Stokes, Nance, and Sadate voted for it. Thank you. All right, moving on to action item number 7. That one's mine. Approve a letter of opposition to Customs and Border Protection proposed plans to install 25.15 miles of new high-intensity lighting along the international border in El Paso County. I need a motion.
I make a motion to approve a letter of opposition to CBP for the proposed plans to install 25.15 miles of new high-intensity lighting along the international border of El Paso County.
I need a second.
Oh, second.
Hello. Okay, so discussion. Recently Customs and Border Patrol have announced plans to install this high intensity lighting. To our understanding, in Arizona and New Mexico, Customs and Border Patrol, CBP, I'll refer to it from here on out, has already installed high intensity lighting in protected lands set aside for wildlife conservation and public enjoyment, such as Cabeza Prieta National Wildlife Refuge, Oregon Pipe, Cactus National Monument, and so forth. With the expansion of the border lighting into rural areas of El Paso County, it does point to the direction in the future of a brightly lit border. One of the main concerns is that CBP would consider something similar in our region, for instance, around Presidio and other areas. They have already asked for resident input from the email address that I gave you earlier. If large sections of the Big Bend border were to be lit as they are elsewhere, the impact would be immense. It could effectively end the Greater Big Bend International Dark Sky Reserve and the bi-national effort. It would devastate wildlife, astrotourism, and our local economy, and it would significantly impact astronomical research. Customs and Border Patrol has opened feedback period for the El Paso lighting project until April 22nd. Today's the 16th. If approved, city administration will forward our feedback as a council. The website, once again, the email address was comments, ENV, all capital, at cbp.dhs.gov. In your packet, we have included a letter that Geo or Megan, I believe, constructed for city council to consider. And it's where the city of Alpine is writing to express oppositions to the proposed plans to install 25.15 miles of new high intensity. And so it's basically what I just read to you that's in our packet is what the letter says. Councilmember Stokes?
So is it already in Starr County? It's what
Come
we're
on up.
seeing on here.
Come on up. And just introduce yourself, Stephen.
Hi, I'm Stephen Hummel of McDonald Observatory, Dark Skies Initiative Coordinator. Yeah, I can help provide facts and context for this matter. I can't provide any particular advice on action.
Right.
But in Starr County, there is an included in that document a test, sort of an example of what they're considering.
Okay.
I believe in your packet, there's a map showing where lighting has already been installed across most of New Mexico and Arizona, and where it is also proposed. So for important context, they have constructed many miles of lighting, but most of it, if not all of it, remains turned off pending the results of this environmental review process. So the comment period that's open right now and closes on April 22nd may be the only opportunity for input to be received. In the cases of New Mexico and Arizona, most of those projects that had no comment period. The CBP has no legal requirement to have a comment period. They are going voluntarily through the NEPA review process that other federal agencies typically go through, even though they are not legally required to do so. So that comment period is open now. with a change in administration, either at US level, CVP level, local level, that may change. You may not get another opportunity to speak up about it. It's entirely dependent on future administrations and how they feel about approaching the issue. So that's essentially why many people are feeling this is the time to speak up. Currently, there is no large-scale lighting that is on the river in particular. So in the case of El Paso, this is one of the first sort of large-scale deployment of what could be implemented elsewhere. Now, in the Big Bend sector of Border Patrol, so Border Patrol is divided into different sectors. We are in the Big Bend sector. There is no active proposals for something like this here. However, again, that could change, right? And it's been years away, but this is a precedent of what could eventually happen elsewhere too.
Are there not wildlife groups and that type of people that are up in arms about this other than just our dark sky? Do you
Yes,
know?
there are many other nonprofit organizations.
Yeah, there'd be a bunch.
I'm unclear on the history of why this particular project is open for review. And again, it's just specifically the lighting that was open for
Just like
comment.
made it to Texas and they're worried. I can tell you why.
But I know in Arizona and others, there were a lot of pushback from other groups as well.
Councilmember Nance?
And so this is gonna be, is it gonna be right along the border with El Paso? So in that
Yeah.
heavily urban area?
No. This is all the way to the border with Hudspeth County. So this is a rural stretch where the lighting has already been built, but not turned on. So the result of this review process will determine if they change that, if they don't turn it on at all, what happens to it. They could change the whole thing out. What is new will be in the urban area. And there already is a little bit in the urban area, but not specifically right along the river.
So I'm assuming this is kind of the farming area southeast of El Paso.
Correct, yeah, so kind of along I-10.
So
yeah.
this that you're saying down in here, that's already sitting there, it's just not on?
Correct. Already built. So again, that was built and now the comment period is open. So that was built without a comment period. And that could happen elsewhere as well.
Councilmember Sandate?
It's all the way to Hudspeth County with Cerro Blanco. Or
It is up to the Big Bend sector is basically defined as the border is Hudspeth and El Paso counties. So it runs right up against it. The physical border, I believe, does continue into Hudspeth County, but because it's a different Border Patrol sector, it's just the lighting stops.
So all the way through Tornillo.
Yes. And then there's an additional on the Rio Grande Valley is also part of the same comment in Starr County.
Councilmember Stevens?
Yes, so one of the questions that goes through my mind, I get why Border Patrol wants to do it. I also get why we want to maintain dark skies. Now, one of the things we went through in the education, I think you probably said it to us, was the link about lighting up football fields, and there's some great examples where football fields, because I worry about the football fields here and everywhere else, about the lighting that goes on. And the example that we looked at on video, you could not see a football field lit up, even though it was lit up, which what you taught us is focused, directed, and the right temperature.
I got it.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
why cannot the Border Patrol design a dark sky compliant system that meets their needs and the dark sky requirements?
I think that's an excellent question. All I will say is that McDonald Observatory, we are preparing our own statement. It is not completed yet, but it will essentially outline a practice similar to what you described.
So thank you. And the reason I say that, I think our letter needs to be different. I think our letter shouldn't just say we oppose it. I think our letter ought to say, hey, dark
there's a way
sky
to
is
do
really
it,
important.
right,
There's a way to do it. Our comment is, please do it the way you're supposed to do it. We meet our needs, you meet your needs. That's the letter I would send. I can't sign this letter as written right now. I cannot. I could sign a different letter that was lined up that way, because we meet both needs, and then I'm a happy camper. That's my comment.
So you're thinking more along the lines of, we understand the need and the direction that the Custom and Border Patrol is going,
Yeah.
but would like to recommend that because we are a dark sky international.
The
international
largest
dark
in the
sky,
world.
Yeah, largest, yeah, use all the right words, yeah.
that the lighting take into consideration
The type of
requirements to
lighting,
meet
yes.
The
that.
dark side.
And we could even provide that little guide that we give our residents.
And then we'll give Stephen's phone number.
Yeah, yeah.
Call Stephen.
Call Stephen,
Humble.
yeah.
I
I like that.
had his number.
Okay.
I'm good, okay?
Councilmember Sedate,
I agree with Councilman Stephen.
Councilmember Nance.
I agree in that way. For me, I always feel weird as a council person, kind of making opinions that aren't in our backyard. Or something like I would be fucking telling Midland, Odessa, you know what to do. And I mean, if it was at our back door, I agree with everything that you're doing. You're like the champion for dark skies out here. You're doing wonderful work. And that letter should actually, you know, state how important it is if it's on our back door. I mean, I'm 100% with you. I just always feel weird about kind of making opinions that aren't in our backyard.
For the international,
Certainly.
for anything that's gonna affect our dark sky international
If it's
reserve.
coming here, I think, I mean, I'm all board.
Councilmember Stokes.
The one on the affecting our area, using models of light intensity essentially. With the important caveat that the CBP has not provided details on the lighting itself. It's specific enough to really say anything in great detail, right? We don't know how bright they're exactly gonna be. We do know a little bit based on what other projects have done. And it would contribute significantly to the sky glow we see from El Paso. And at McDonald Observatory, we can see El Paso. You can see it naked eye as a dome on the horizon, and so that glow will get bigger. This would be roughly equivalent to what they're proposing as adding another sort of interstate worth of lighting. So that's going to contribute to the overall city glow. So from the McDonald Observatory perspective, it is within our area of influence.
So the paperwork specifically says lighting to be considered as part of the proposed action would be LED 4000 K correlated color temperature CCT plus or minus 300 CCT 70 plus color rendering index rating unless otherwise directed.
Right.
So we need to direct them to try to utilize our
You got it.
agreed upon process.
And see, I think with a letter like that, they look and say, oh, these folks actually
They
looked at the stuff, understand it. They give us something specific. Oh, 4,000 is not good. We need to do 2,700 or whatever the right number is. Oh, there's ways to go do this. Hey, that's a great comment. They can go take action on.
Do you think that would meet the needs of maintaining our international dark skies? A letter such as that?
I mean, I think, yes, I'm not entirely sure what the overall impact would be without, detailed blueprints and really specific information on the lighting, what they end up doing for the common.
The county and the city are on the same page, correct?
Chris, come on up too.
On the
Worcester
county,
County has the same type of policy in
Yeah.
place as our ordinance.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Because
Joyce.
so this would be in the county, we want to make sure we follow the counties, not necessarily.
One other element, since we're commenting upon a specific program, but piece of a program, but with the idea that it may extend, I would suggest that the specific comment to this this piece of the project give these instructions, but also add the explanation of what the reserve is and a strong concern that lighting, if at all possible, not extend into the reserve, or if it does, that higher standards even than that be applied once they enter the reserve. Because even when new construction happens in Alpine that's trying to meet the ordinance, more than half the time, it seems like Stephen goes over there and goes, well, yeah, kinda, and if the federal government does that, thinks they're doing the right thing, it might still go down.
Stephen, question, when we're looking along the border, how far west does the dark skies go to?
so it's all of how I define my working area, or how the state legislature defines it, I should say, is Hudspeth County, that has adopted the same dark sky ordinance with Brewster County recently. Jeff Davis, Brewster, Presidio, Culberson, Reeves and Pecos. So those 7 counties by state law have outdoor lighting ordinances. They're required to. So that's sort of how I define my working area. So and again, this project will run right up against Hudson County.
So there, it's gonna run right up against a park that is considered the largest international dark sky reserve.
It's so the Dark Sky Reserve is a unique title, honorary title. That's just the Tri-County area, as well as across the river into Mexico, and then a little bit around Balmoral.
Okay, so it does go,
include Hudson's, but it could in the future.
and it does go all the way to the very western point of Presidio County.
It goes to the edge of Hudson's County.
And I do want to point out that they do talk about shielding. The proposed action may include the installation of shielding in order to control the possible spillage of light. So I think they're touching the edge of it. We just need to push them over.
Yes. Which one? Cliff?
Yeah, so it's
I'm sure that
Yeah.
letter from Alpine City Council. will do it. It's like-
And maybe outside individuals.
So sorry, I apologize.
They get all the way there.
Yeah, and it could be somebody who grew up here that gets that letter.
It could be.
Okay, so what do we recommend the change be?
We can just get a general consensus on points, like strike this, add this, that would be perfect.
And
Get
then-
this due on the 22nd.
Okay. Okay, yeah, so we need to do that, and then we'll need help on how to word the amendment and the vote.
So
Go, Rick.
between now and our next meeting, we're not gonna do that, and I don't think we're gonna spend an hour going through this thing. Who's crafting the letter?
Geo,
I wrote this,
Okay,
kind of, and basically, if you need me to amend it in any way, that's fine. I just want to know how to do it.
Well, you just need to amend, when you get down here, where we're located, blah, blah. Big Bend region is currently the largest international dark sky reserve to protect our dark skies. It would fall into line with our stuff if you did what Megan said. That big old long thing you wrote with all the lumens and all that stuff.
because I don't think we're opposing it. We
No.
understand the need for it. That's where I start with. We understand what CBP is trying to do, number one. Number
Well,
two,
so the whole first thing has to come out.
The
Yeah,
city of Alpine is writing to, the city of Alpine understands the needs of custom and border protection proposed plans to install 25.15 miles of new high-intensity lighting along the international border in El Paso County. It's our understanding, and that can continue.
Yeah.
Although the project isn't currently in the city of Alpine or the surrounding area, Alpine is located in the Greater Big Bend International Dark Sky Reserves and is designated granted by the Dark Sky International that was achieved through. And then we could go into the ordinance or as part of the
I have
proposed,
extra color books if you want to send my color book.
your
That's
proposed
what I
project
think to have.
includes lightage as LEDs 4,000, blah, 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 blah.
we
What's
recommend.
entertaining?
We would like to
Yeah.
recommend to stay compliant with the international dark skies, that the
With
lighting,
our international.
that the lighting be considered the 2,700, 2,200, whatever it is.
Steve knows.
Kelvin.
We also note that you do address possible shielding that we would like to be considered if the project continues into the Big Bend region.
There you go.
So
Does that work, Stephen?
so again, I can't say specifically what to do.
Sounded good,
I can say
though.
facts. You know, you can always look over the dark sky standards that's already in your ordinance and already in the language you sent out and simply, you know, use the language. for that.
Ordinance to it.
That's what I was gonna say, just send a copy of the ordinance also.
I wonder just, and you may not know this, but why are they needing this light? I mean, I just wonder if there's technology that they're could use that isn't light.
I do not know.
So I can tell you a lot more about that than you ever want to know. Okay, some of it's classified, which I can't talk about, but they've got a lot of technology to use it. Yeah, I'll just.
And it
leave
makes
at
it
that.
easier to use it if there's a light.
Yep, light makes life a lot easier.
Okay, so
We
city sec-
just need somebody to offer an amendment to amend the letter as discussed.
okay,
So I'll make the motion that to amend the motion as presented, to amend the proposed letter based upon comments we've given the city manager. And authorize her to prepare an update that city council can sign.
I need a second.
I'll second it.
Okay, all right, let's vote on the amendment as discussed. All in favor, please raise your right hand. City Secretary, the amendment passes unanimously. All right, now we need to dispose the original motion. I need a vote to pass the motion as amended. All in favor, please raise your right hand. Okay, City Secretary, it passes unanimously for the letter as amended for City Council to sign. Okay, thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Chris. Thank you.
I want to see them go down here and build these on our river.
That'll be
Get me a
interesting.
lawn chair and go watch that.
Okay, we're moving to item number 8, City Secretary Performance Evaluation and Goals. All right, so employees have the option of having their evaluations either in open session or in closed session. So I need a motion.
I'll make a motion to hear the city secretary performance evaluation goals for the coming year.
Okay, I need a second.
Second.
Okay, so with that, Gio has elected to have his evaluation read in open session. The way this is going to be handled is I have asked Gio to complete a self-evaluation. And each council member has completed an evaluation of the employee, as well as Councilmember Rodriguez, and I have hers up here since she is not present. All right, so with that being said, I want to point out that it is very difficult to do evaluations on employees that are very diligent, that work hard, that take pride in their work and like to do a good job. And Gio, that fits you. It's very difficult. Evaluations can be very emotional and personal for employees of the caliber. And overall, council thinks you have done a great job. Okay, just keep that in mind, please. So with the evaluations, the goal is to give feedback on how you can continue to grow and how you can move forward. It is very difficult. And as a council member, I find it very difficult to complete these evaluations. I spent at least a week on each of the evaluations, just going back and forth and trying. Because I take it very seriously. I think that the feedback that we give our employees can help move the city forward. So for the evaluations, there are sections where we scored the individual under certain categories such as professional skills and status. Employees could receive a 5, which is excellent, almost always, doesn't say always, but almost always exceeds the performance standard. There's 4, above average, generally exceeds. There's a 3, average, generally meets. 2, below average, usually does not meet. And then 1, poor, rarely meets the performance standard. In the interest of time, in the city secretary's evaluation, there is not an average that you can give. So we're going to look at each of the categories, and I'll have the council members just tell us what you rated the employee lowest on, instead of reading out each and every one of them, and what you rated them highest on, or if all the scores are the same. We're going to start with Gio with his self-evaluation. So he'll tell us, for example, the first category is performance category scoring individual characteristics. And he's going to tell us what he rated himself lowest on and what he rated himself highest on, or if there's like, if you gave yourself 3 2s, then tell us what those 3 2s are. There's also a narrative section where council can explain why they gave certain ratings. Okay. All right. So Gio, starting with the performance category standard individual characteristics, how did you rate yourself? What was your lowest?
Well, I would just want to preface by saying that I personally, when I do my evaluations with employees, I think 2 is maybe 99% of the time overly critical. I just think you'd have to be a pretty bad employee to get a 2 rating. So, and I'm biased. I think I do a really good job.
Mm-hmm.
So I will just start it by saying that the lowest score I gave myself is 3.
On that category.
Typically what you'll find, I think you have to be pretty bad to get a 2 in any category, as far as when I get evaluation.
Okay, so this is for individual characteristics. The lowest you gave yourself was a 3. And which one was that?
Exhibits composure and attitude appropriate for the position, and displays enthusiasm, cooperation, and will to adapt
Okay.
Those ideas, that's great.
Okay, all right. Councilmember Stokes, what was your lowest rating for geo and individual
Oh,
characteristics?
I gave him 5. I like Jim.
Okay, so you gave all
Yeah.
fives.
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Nance?
Give you all fives except a 4 on displays enthusiasm, cooperation, and willingness to adapt. And
Okay.
that's pretty much just because I think you're particular to certain work routines. And I think that's not necessarily a bad thing, but your willingness to adapt is can be a strength as well.
Okay.
Unwillingness to adapt.
Councilmember Sandate?
All fives.
Okay, Councilmember Stevens?
So I gave 4s and 5s. I think individual characteristics, Gio, you're terrific. I would like to make a comment, Mayor.
Please.
I don't believe 3, where it says average, generally meets performance standards. To me, 3 should be meets performance standards. I have a hard time with the word generally,
Right.
because if you meet performance standards, you meet them, okay? And if you exceed them, you know, generally exceed, great, always exceed, that's, to me, that's where the differentiation is. So that's how I looked at things.
That's how you evaluated.
That's how I did my evaluations.
So maybe next year we should look at our instrument that we're using.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, and then Councilmember Rodriguez, she gave you all 4s on this, Gio. All right, so the next category,
So I'm sorry, I'd like to interrupt.
okay, sure.
And that is what are maintenance scores, and the reason.
Oh,
I
that's
asked
right. I'm
that,
sorry. I forgot, Megan.
Geo reports.
Right,
To make.
administratively. Right.
So I gave you 3s and 4s, 3s on the displays enthusiasm and cooperation and willing to adapt, and exhibits composure and attitude appropriate for the position.
All right, thank you. All right, so the next one, professional skills and status. And by the way, I do want to mention one other thing. You're very fortunate that you have more than one person evaluating you. Okay, for both of you. To have one person evaluate you, I don't think you get as good of feedback because that's just that one person's bias. So it's good to hear what everybody thinks. All right, professional skills and status. Gio, how did you rate yourself? Where did you rate yourself the lowest and what was it?
I rated myself the lowest on willing to try new ideas proposed by governing body members and or staff, and it's a 3. The rest I rated myself 4.
Okay. Councilmember Stokes, professional skills and status.
I gave him all 5s.
Okay.
Y'all can quit with me because I gave Jill all 5.
Yeah.
That's easy.
And by the way, yeah, I didn't mention mine either. So I also gave Geo 5s on individual characteristics. All right, Councilmember Nance.
I gave him all 5s on the 2s or the professional skill and status, all 5s except for 4s on demonstrates a capacity for innovation and creativity and willing to try new ideas proposed by governing body members and or staff.
Okay. Councilmember Sandate.
All fives.
Okay, Councilmember Stevens.
And Geo, we have the same view on the 3 willing to try new ideas, proposed governing bodies. I gave a 3 on that, and the rest were 4s and 5s.
Okay, Megan.
So the lowest is a 2 with willing to try new ideas proposed by governing body members and or staff. And then I gave him a 5 as the highest because I think he's outstanding on maintains knowledge of current developments affecting the practice of local government.
Okay, and I gave Geo 5s on this category. All right, number 3, city secretary functions. Geo, how did you rate yourself?
All 4s.
Okay. Councilmember Stokes. And did I tell you what Councilmember Rodriguez did on the professional?
No.
I'm sorry. Yeah, call me out if I forget, because it's a lot to remember. She rated him all 4s on that category too. All right, Councilmember Nance, number 3, city secretary functions.
All 5s except for 4s on supports the action of the governing body after a decision has been reached, both inside and outside the organization. And a 4 on attends all regular and special meetings of city council and successfully provides accurate official minutes of the proceedings. Only reason you got a 4 on that one is because I keep finding a couple small
Correcting.
mistakes in the minutes.
Okay, all right. Councilmember Sandate.
Fives.
Okay, Councilmember Stevens for number 3.
4s, and I did not rate helps the council address future needs and develop adequate plans to address long-term trends, because I just don't have enough sense of perspective on that.
Okay.
City manager.
3 on the support the action of the governing body after a decision has been reached both inside and outside the organization. And definitely a 5 on manages municipal elections and its knowledge of principles and practices of the municipal code and permanent election law.
Okay, good. And then Chris rated for city secretary functions, all 4s. All right, for me, all 5s, I put an asterisk next to attends all regular and special meetings of city council and successfully provides accurate official minutes of the proceedings. And the reason I went with the 5 on that, even though there have been some errors, is because you have to go to all of the board meetings and you type up minutes and you go to all of those, you go to all the workshops, you attend all of those. All right, moving on to reporting and records. City Secretary, how did you rate yourself?
3 on provides regular information and reports to the governing body concerning matters of importance to the local government. 3 on, well, let's just go online. 4, responds timely manner to requests and special reports. 3, 4, takes the initiative to provide information, advice, and recommendations to the governing body on matters that are non-routine and not administrative in nature. 3, for effectively manages records and indexing of records for public use. Because I know that records is definitely my weakness for our department, but I will get to that because I'd like to kind of talk about that later, but. And 4, for produces and handles reports in a way to convey the message that affairs of the organization are open to public scrutiny.
Councilmember Stokes, all 5s. Councilmember Nance.
All 5s except 4 on produces and handles reports in a way to convey the message that affairs of the organization are open to public scrutiny. And I only gave you 2 3s in the entire thing. One of them is effectively manages records and indexing of records for public use.
Okay, Councilmember Sandate.
All 5s.
Councilmember Stevens.
And I scored Gio the same on 3, provides regular information reports to the governing body, the rest are all.
Okay, City Manager.
All 4s, except for I do believe he responds timely to requests from the governing body for special reports.
Okay, and then Councilmember Rodriguez gave him all 4s. She didn't rate effectively manages records and indexing of records. She just drew a line through it. And then I gave 5s. All right, staffing and supervision. City Secretary, how did you rate yourself?
4, 4, 3, 4, 3.
4, 4, 4, 4, 3. Okay, so the 2 3s were instills confidence and then promotes training and development. Okay, Councilmember Stokes, all 5s. Okay, Councilmember Nance.
4 4 3 4 4.
4 4 3. So you gave him a 3 on instills confidence.
Promotes initiative and subordinates through supportive rather than restrictive controls for their programs.
Okay, Councilmember Sandate.
All 5s.
Okay, Councilmember Stevens.
3, 3, 3, question mark 4. And part of my struggle is I don't have enough insight about how you supervise people because frankly, I don't even know who works for you.
Yes.
So that's kind of stuff like for me, I don't know.
Okay, and Councilmember Rodriguez didn't rate any of these. I gave you a 5 on your staff, teamwork and instills, and I did not rate the last 2 because I just didn't know if you did or not. So moving to the narrative.
Can I?
Oh, sorry. And who else have I forgotten? Anybody?
No, just me.
Just you, okay.
So all 3s except for sustains or improves staff performance by evaluating the performance of staff members. At least annually setting goals and objectives from them, periodically assessing their progress and providing appropriate feedback. I gave him a 4. I do believe that this section is more administrative in nature and not something that council necessarily.
We're not around it.
Provide adequate information. But he definitely makes sure to sit down and evaluate.
Okay, good deal. All right, so Gio, overall, the scoring was great.
Good.
It was very good. I mean, it shows you that we appreciate what you do. We know how hard you work and you're doing a great job. All right, so now the narrative is where we get, I think, the best feedback, okay, where people get to talk. So if you would go with the first narrative, what would you identify as the city secretary's strengths expressed in terms of the principal results achieved during the last rating period?
You're asking me, right?
Yes, starting with you. It's the same format.
So during the rating period, I feel that I've exceeded expectations in everything that I was assigned from the previous evaluation. I completed it. Cross-training, I've ensured that city business may continue in my absence by cross-training my employee, Alex. I have attempted to enhance multiple positions, but we are currently waiting on the structure and compensation study to get those fully realized. I've struggled to keep an admin receptionist, which has resulted in it making more difficult to offload duties to another employee because I only have Alex
Right.
and the administrative receptionist in my department. So I was trying to enhance the prior administrative receptionist role, but then she left back home to Austin. And, you know, it just makes it difficult with the high turnover. But it is an entry level role, so I mean, it could be expected. Complete the next phase of certification. I have completed the next phase and I'm the first certified city secretary Alpine's ever had. So there's that. Introductory course for residents and or elected official. I did write the content for City Government 101, and of course you helped me teach that, Mary. And we also did an abridged version on the website and YouTube channel. To go to TML in October, I did end up attending TML, had a great time, and delegate job duties. I've done that a lot. There's always room to improve, but it's difficult with how much we have to do, and you know, just not a lot of staff to do it. It's understandable. It's been done like that for a long time, but there's also been areas that can improve for a long time.
You do open records as well.
So improvements in processes, procedures, and efficiency. I have legal records as a strength. We made a lot of improvements to the way we engross and enroll legal documents, and we've identified issues. We've corrected them with the processes in place. We print these documents as soon as they're approved by council. In past years, it's just taken a long time to actually get to enrolling the documents, which causes a lot of latency in seeing that the documents are missing, turning exhibits to ordinances and things of that nature. Zoning, we identified issues with the zoning process. I'm sure on an individual level, I've talked to y'all about that. You know, it's really complex and it's difficult, but we're trying to resolve those issues. And I think we've done pretty good at putting things in place of making sure that doesn't happen anymore, things that have gone awry in the past. Transparency in government. We continue to make more information available online and actively attempt to enhance transparency through the following ways. When we offer cover pages, we include extensive historical context so that the readers can gain a full understanding of the way the council reaches their decisions. We make references to previous ordinances on the same subject, provide context on situational circumstances, and provide references that will make it easier for community members and future city leaders to identify what changes were made and why. We implemented the requirement that board member repackets be posted online so the residents can see what's going on there in the beginning of ordinance recommendations to the city council. We implemented requirement that all legislative process documents are uploaded online as well. And we continue to make information available online, and we're open to any feedback. If anybody ever has any feedback, I welcome that. Customer service is a really big goal for me. It's a top priority. I answer the phone often. Sometimes people will say, why are you answering the phone? Because why not? You know, I have 3 people answering the phone, the receptionist, me, and the records clerk. So we make sure that it gets answered. If somebody wants to see me, I see them. Like, unless I'm really, really busy, I will always see them. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody's aware of that. Like, I take the time, and I have a busy schedule, but I take the time to meet with these people because I think customer service to our residents and you know, my role as a public servant, I feel like that's important. So elections, we've made a lot of improvements there. I could probably bore you on all the ways that we've improved that. Public information
I may be
requests.
changing my numbers, you go.
Public information requests, we have made some improvements there as far as processes, implemented templates. Letters, we have a fully indexed system now as far as how many letters were sent. If any come back as undeliverable, we are sure to include more information, and we're still trying to improve, of course, on the information that's provided to council. So you may have noticed in the cover pages, I let you know we sent X letters, none were returned. We received X feedback. Publications, we all know that there was some deficiencies there over time, and we've corrected those, and we've again tried to put things in place that'll make sure that won't happen again, as far as not putting the fine amount in there. And the city vault has been completely indexed, archived, and categorized, and all non-essential records are good to go. They're scanned, they're indexed and categorized, and we kind of had an issue with that for many years because I think it was 2017, our card file crashed. It was a private software made by an independent citizen, and we just were left kind of, you know, in that one creek without a paddle, I might say.
Okay. I need to get a motion to extend beyond 9 p.m. I need a second.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, please raise your right hand. Sorry, Judy.
Raise my left hand.
City
And only
Secretary, the
half of
motion passes unanimously. Okay, yes. Gio, yes.
And I just wanted to apologize. I don't mean to take up your time. I just thought it was important,
It is.
to increase transparency, and I want everybody to know what we have done.
What you're doing, yes, yes. And you have met all the expectations that council laid out for you last year. And that's what he was reading for the new council members, so you'll know. They also provided it in the email to us that you could see what they were supposed to do, or Gio was supposed to do over the year. When I go out in public, I hear nothing but great things from citizens about you, how available you are, how knowledgeable you are, and if you don't know something, how you will find out. So just so you know. All right, Councilmember Stokes, your narrative for number one.
Not as long as Gio's.
Mine.
Gio's strengths are obvious to everyone who's attentive and actually listens when being asked to do something. This is a strength. Being from Alpine, who loves our small town, only wants what's good for us. Another strength, in my opinion. Being from here, he knows people and treats them all with kindness and caring strength. This is the reason all your rankings were good.
Okay,
Susie?
Councilmember Nance.
Pretty short. I think you're extremely dedicated and hardworking, detail-oriented, and a great researcher, which I believe are important to your position. And you're always looking for solutions and proactively trying to implement them. So, and I'm just going to say, once again, a lot of the stuff you do as far as cleaning up the website, getting your certifications, you're ambitious. I like that. I think you're doing good.
Councilmember Sedante.
Excellent on all job requirements.
Okay.
And Gio's always there for me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I need hard copies. I ain't got no computer.
I know.
ain't got no-
He takes care of you. He does, yes. All right, Councilmember Stevens.
I wrote under the narrative evaluation, 3 sentences. Gio's performance as city secretary is excellent, first point. Second, he consistently demonstrates strong organizational skills, knowledge of his role, and the proactive steps to be better. Third sentence, he's the best city secretary I've observed.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Okay. City manager.
So I indicated more bullet points for me. Mr. Calderon's strengths include research, technical knowledge, and training pertaining to the position of the city secretary, elections and records management. Self-starter regarding duties of the position, works well with council and the boards and commissions.
Okay. Councilmember Rodriguez did not answer this question. I said Gio is dedicated, motivated. He successfully completed all expectations placed on him by council in April of 2023. Gio enthusiastically volunteers to help council, commissioners, and board members without hesitation or indication of the large amount of work he already has on his to-do list. Sitting in on zoning and planning meetings, they'll be, Gio, can you do this? And Gio, can you do that? And Gio, can you pull it? So it's not just us that are giving him directives. Gio is willing to do the extra work to find answers to any questions he may not have answers to. All right, moving on to the next narrative. Did we get everybody?
Yes.
Okay. What performance areas would you identify as most critical for improvement? So what did you say, Gio?
I'll try to keep it a little more brief, but our office has experienced a lot of strength. But we recognize that we have, areas that require improvement. I'm not attempting to make excuses, but I would like to say that we do everything we do is mostly conducted by me and Alex. So it's only us two, and we feel that we've managed to efficiently and effectively conduct the business that our office is charged with. But we recognize that we need to complete more work with the records management practices. It's been in disarray for quite some time, and we've made some strides. So I'm not saying we're completely bad off, but we do have a lot to do there, including continuing to make sure that all records are in a unified place, the City Record Center. We need to do an inventory. We need to basically create a map, purchase some additional shelving. The second one is records management policies and procedures. We haven't established that after the last ordinance passed, which we were aiming to do, but we haven't. It's a tall task, especially whenever it's going to relate to every city department. So we need to do that. The digital imaging project, we have made a lot of progress as far as scanning ordinances, resolutions, anything new coming in. We definitely make sure to scan those in, but we need to just basically process the other stuff that we have in the archives. And we do recognize the need for additional help. I really feel that based on all that we do with us too. It's just, I can see why this stuff hasn't been getting done, and we do it, but it's just, we don't have a lot of time to do it. So this is the first time that I think I'm gonna request a new employee, because I just feel like we need help to get some of these.
An additional employee.
Alex is doing, you know, and of course, my task was to cross train her and have her be a backup.
Which you've done well.
And, but like, that also comes with, you know, she's helping me with a lot. She's really, really good. I really appreciate everything she does for me, but we don't get to pay as much attention to the records as we should.
And I'm glad to have seen her for a lot of the meeting this evening so that she could be trained maybe to sit if you're out ill or whatever, then she could sit in your role. All right, Councilmember, were you finished, Gio?
Yeah.
Okay, Councilmember Stokes.
Gio has taken on this job and run with it. He's attended many trainings and is first in many years to get his city secretary certification. He's a go-getter and knows the importance of getting these trainings, mandatory or not, and using them in his job. That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Nance.
This is the critical for improvement one.
Yes.
All I really said was that you and the city manager got to be on the same page, hand in glove, communicating all the time and everything else, because I think that is, as two leadership positions and the two positions that we actually appoint, I think that y'all really got to, anytime that there's non-agreement or a loss of friction in that, then it's wasted time and everything else. And I think we've got a backlog of a lot of stuff that we're working through. And really, we've got two rock stars, you and Megan both, that are really pushing forward. So the better you guys work together and communicate, I think it's going to be really good.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sandate.
That is blank.
Okay, Councilmember Stevens.
I didn't list any improvements and I don't have anything for the next one either. Not because I don't think there's opportunities. I think one of the holes we have in our system, I don't know what Gio's or Megan's goals and objectives were coming into this. So it's hard for me, not knowing those, to be able to make an assessment against what went well, what didn't go well, and where's the opportunities for improvement. So I think we have a hole we got to plug for council members who are not involved when goals and objectives are set.
They were sent in the email.
I don't recall seeing them, so.
They're there. Yeah, yeah, so that hole was, it's okay that you didn't see it, but they were there. Did you find them, Councilmember Nance?
I've seen them before. I don't know. I didn't, I had known them because previously, but I did.
But I could pull it up and show you. It was in the email. I think Megan sent it and she had what their goals and objectives
I did
were.
look and see yours.
That's where I forgot to send it out.
Yeah, so she sent that one part, yeah. So it may have been two separate emails. That's probably how it got missed.
Yeah, okay. No
Yeah,
worries.
yeah, it's no worries.
Yeah.
All right, city manager.
So I'd like to tie the next two together because they do tie together. I didn't look at performance as a goal. I looked at performance as an actual performance in areas that for critical improvement. Communication, including active listening, emotional intelligence, conflict resolution, and flexibility and adaptability. And the ways that I can assist the city secretary to improve these is to provide more face-to-face meetings and discussions and limited email communication, set clear expectations for tasks with set deadlines, and provide both positive and constructive feedback when needed and not an annual evaluation.
Okay, Councilmember Rodriguez left the critical improvements blank. And I said that I would like you to focus your energy this year on your staff's training. Okay, certifications for them and continue the cross training. You've done an excellent job with Alex so that she can step into your role. Heavens forbid, should you ever get sick or not, can't be here. Or if you decide to take a vacation and fly to Paris or somewhere, okay? While of course, continuing your own training and certifications, work on not taking criticism personally. It is hard to separate emotions from work when you are dedicated to your job and you take pride in your work. It really is, because it's who you are. That's why these evaluations can be very difficult. All right, for the last one, what suggestions or assistance can you offer the city secretary to improve performance? What did you say about yourself?
Just to continue to lessen control of certain processes and allow employees to be more autonomous by continuing to delegate tasks and provide increased responsibility and allow staff members to oversee additional processes. Because I'm just very controlling, perfectionist, and it it's just difficult to let go sometimes, but I need to do it, you know, I need to delegate more, but like I said, Alex is already helping me so much, like there's so much to do. So sometimes I'm like, I'll just do it, you know. Anyways, to continue to learn and grow by taking trainings and attending conferences to network and stay connected with other city secretaries. I think that's just been really nice and really informative for me. Continue to make customer service and professionalism a priority, and then continue to improve relationships with superiors, other directors, and city staff to ensure business is conducted efficiently.
Okay, Councilmember Stokes?
Mine's simple. Keep up the good work, GL. You took this job at a time when the city of Alpine needed you the most. I've only seen improvements in everything you do. I have no doubt you will continue to improve and grow as you continue your career.
Councilmember Nance?
Only suggestion I have is just be more concise. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
That since the city secretary is a central administrator, see where you can help the other departments in an increase of efficiencies where possible. Lots of information goes through the city secretary, so make sure it's shared, share your knowledge with others to make other employees and managers' jobs more productive and easier. So just recognize that both you and Megan, I think, are very central to things. Y'all work with a lot of different players. So you see more information on how everything is. You're not just making one widget or anything else. You see the process of it. So that puts y'all in a very good position to kind of, I always think it's extremely important where I'm at the school to focus on making everyone else's jobs easier. Because you got two ways you can increase their quality of life. You can either pay them more or you can, you know, make their job easier or happier or anything else. And y'all are in a good position for that.
Councilmember Sindaki? Okay, Councilmember Stevens?
Yeah, so I wrote one, and this goes back to from a goals and objectives standpoint. I would hope we'd walk out of this with a set of goals and objectives, and I've not heard it yet. So for me, one of them is provide a list of quantifiable measures of success for the city secretary. You're the smartest about your job. You know what needs to get done. As a council member, it's very difficult to look and say what's important, what's not important from what you're working on. I don't know, but a small snippet of what you do. I see great results from managing what goes on here, taking records and all that. But I think for us to do a good evaluation, it's helpful to have something that's quantifiable and understand. So if you can put that together, I think that would be very helpful. I think I don't want to follow up on what Darren said, continue to work closely with the city manager because that relationship is so critically important about what goes on, particularly as we look at the priorities. We have our 31 or 35 or
120 now, yeah.
There is not enough time for us to get all the work done. You are central to that. Think about what our priorities are from your role from a secretary standpoint. She's trying to bring up the bigger picture. Well, helping us do that because you are central to our success. And as I said earlier, you do a great job in that. I said, you're, in my mind, the city secretaries, and I've seen 4 of you, I think, you're the best by far. There's no question about that. And so as I think about help us, the way you help us is help us know more what you see and what your role is so that we can do a better job from a perspective. The other I would say is performance evaluations once a year in my mind are inadequate. It's hard for us to come in once a year. So we might want to set aside, 15 minutes once a quarter. Just here's the goals and objectives. Here's how it's going. And give you some quick feedback. Because when we wait till the end of the year's gone.
And a lot has happened.
A lot has happened, exactly. And we are best. We always get some input about, oh, what about this? What about this? What about this? And I think it helps us. More importantly, it will help you. The last on my list is thinking about help us understand what your career aspirations are. And as said, from a city secretary, you're terrific. You are headed down that path consistently, always making it better. You may want to be the best city secretary in the world. My view is that's a great goal. You may want to do something else. We don't know what that is, so we don't know how to help you achieve what your personal desires and goals and objectives are. And without that, it's hard. you think about the experience that we all have, because most of us are older than you. And we've learned a lot. We've made some mistakes along the way, but we're all too happy to help you because when we help you, we know you.
So Councilmember Stevens, how do you envision him doing that? Do you want him to send out an email telling us what his goal for the future? I mean,
I think if you write down goals, objectives, I don't know what the process was that led to the last goals and objectives.
mhm.
It's not clear to me what that is, but I would start with your list of goals and objectives. Write them down. Instead
Let
of
us
make
know.
it somewhat, there's gotta be some measurable stuff in there. Because we're really good about platitudes. Just write them down and then we'll give you some feedback.
And then city manager, you did yours already for item number 5. Are you finished with it?
So I did have actual expectations or additional comments,
Okay,
which I guess would be the last one, but I think it kind of all ties in together. Is one of the expectations I would like to see is the develop internal
Oh, I see.
policies and trainings in records management, including email records for all departments, to assist with explaining the importance of public records and laws that govern them. He's really good with records within our little bubble, but it's really important because we do have so many emails, we do have so many other departments. For them to understand as well that they can't just go in and delete an email, even though we can recover it, it's just better not to not know how or what to do. But to provide something to each of the departments. And then to the second expectation or goal is to continue to further develop his soft skills.
okay, good. Yes, and there was one more narrative. Whew, this is long. All right, and so Councilmember Rodriguez did not answer. My suggestions for you to improve were what I mentioned in the critical improvement. It's kind of the same. And so what I said, what my goals for you for the year is to continue having your employees cross-trained so that they can step in and do stuff. And you've done a fine job. And that was one of your expectations last year, was to cross-train. Okay, also, so that they can help each other and help one another. The website looks great. You have done a phenomenal job on that. It's very user-friendly. It's one of the best websites I have seen out there. It is perfect. And continue training your employees on how to do that. I know Alex has been helping you out because anytime I make a video, she responds to me that she's uploaded it. So you're cross-training her on that. That's very good. So that's just the second. Continue this cross-training with the website. Encourage employees to complete training and certification. See, I don't know if there's anything that Alex and Yuritsa, correct?
Well, she's moved, she's leaving. Yeah. Should we
Okay.
take out her-
I don't know if there's any trainings that Alex or Linda can do. Those are 2 of your employees. So I don't know, but if there is, encourage them to do that. And of course, council's gonna have to look to see if we have it in the budget. Hopefully we do. That's my other goal for you. And then your own training and TML, and those were also expectations from last year. Continue that. I see a value in you and Megan attending TML. And then this is what I suggested for number 5, complete a short quarterly report to council via email or regular city council meeting on what is happening in your department, what has happened in your, along the lines of what, and then how you're progressing on the goals we have discussed and what you want for yourself. And it doesn't have to just be short-term, but long-term. Where do you want to be 10, 15 years down the line? And as Councilmember Stevens said, we're all, at least most of us, are older, and we can provide you valuable life experience and advice. So that's what I recommend for you. Cross-training, continue that. See if there's training for your employees. If so, make an argument to get that into the budget. Continue the fantastic job on the website, TML, and report to council regularly. I don't know that we always have time for a city council meeting to have it. If we do, that would be ideal so that it's transparent. If not, just email us something so we can keep up to date on that. All right, and the last item, what other comments do you have? Did you have anything else?
No, thank y'all so much. I really like the feedback. I think, a lot of my areas of concern were the same that y'all had, so that's nice.
Okay.
So I can know what to work on.
Councilmember Stokes?
During the next year, Gio, I hope you continue to enroll in as many trainings that you can get. They're so vital to keeping up to date with the workings of these small towns and keeping yourself in compliance. Keep listening to not only other employees, but our townspeople. They are the two most important components that matter. Keep being you.
Okay, Councilmember Nance?
Just a great job getting your certifications. I think that's awesome. Keep training, working with any mentors. I know you actually mentioned the city secretary from Odessa, and I was like, oh, I'm from Odessa, I like that. And then,
And also from Allen.
Yes.
And I like that because that's where Kaylin lives.
I think that's very important that you're seeking out training and certifications and that you're networking. Awesome job.
Okay, Councilmember Sandate?
I moved up training. Training.
Training? Okay. Councilmember Stevens?
So, Paul, I think the only question I have is, am I the only one who doesn't know Alex?
Probably. She was here tonight.
No, that's fine.
No, yeah, well, you need to come meet Alex and you know Linda, right? That's his other employee.
That's fine.
Linda, the clerk, the
Right.
court
Yeah,
clerk.
yeah.
And then our city receptionist who we're now hiring for apparently.
Yeah, so if you know anybody good, she's really good, this one, and we just got her maybe a couple months. ago.
Where's she going?
Japan.
Oh,
Well, hell.
Okay.
I can't say I go back.
How can we argue with
Pay
it?
raise won't keep her here, huh?
No. And city manager, you already spoke to this. Was there anything you left off? Okay, and then I said, Gio, you're doing an incredible job. You're the most highly trained and certified city secretary that Alpine has had. I'm very proud of your achievements and your professionalism. And then just see the comments above for the expectations that I want to set for you for the upcoming year. Thank you. Okay. Anything else? All right, and it's been so long. This was an action item. Yeah. Okay, all in favor of the,
Motion was to hear the city secretary performance evaluation.
okay, so the motion to approve the city secretary performance and evaluation goals. All in favor, please raise your right hand.
Can we have some discussion about that?
Sure.
I don't know what the goals and objectives are.
I think that the goals need to be outlined because all of you did provide specific goals.
Okay,
Including myself, and we could actually put those in the motion that says for the next.
fiscal
12
year
months,
or
yes.
not, evaluation
Yes.
year.
To
Although we
include-
may move to quarterly
Continue.
evaluation.
Continue trainings, that was.
But I mean, even if we do that, that can be discussed, but continued training, continued delegation or / cross training.
Have better communication with you.
Communication was across the board.
Mhm.
I know with mine is I'd like the internal policies and training and records management for all departments to assist with explaining the importance, because we all deal with public records. Mr. Stevens requested that he provide a short and long-term goals for his department and himself.
Mhm.
See, I think the motion is to approve Gio's performance evaluation
And then we could set goals next time.
and for Gio to take the action to present his goals for the next performance period. I think that's the action.
Yeah, I second.
Yeah, I think so too. And then if we need to add at the next, we can, when we do that. Okay, so the action that we're gonna vote on is to approve his appraisal evaluation. And for him to come back at the next meeting, for him to tell us what his short and long-term goals are,
Yep.
correct?
Yep.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, so we need to make a motion though to amend, right? Or no? Help, Gio. It's late.
Okay, so, yeah, you can just offer that as an amendment, and then we'll vote on it as, to approve that amendment, and then we'll vote on it, the original motion as well.
Okay, so I need a motion for that
Motion.
amendment. Okay, I need a second. Okay, all in favor of the motion as amended. City Secretary, it passes unanimously. Now to dispose of the original motion as amended. All in favor, please raise your right hand. Approved unanimously.
Super good.
Perfect.
Good.
All right, so this brings us to item number 11, executive session pursuant to chapter 551-071 Texas Government Code, the city reserves the right to convene into executive session from time to time as deemed necessary during this meeting for any posted agenda item or receive advice from the attorney as permitted by law. Tonight, the city council will recess into executive session pursuant to 551.071 to conduct the annual performance assessment of the city manager. May I have a motion and a second to recess into executive? I need a second.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay, all in favor, please raise your right hand. Okay, so we're going to convene into executive session at 9:03. City Secretary. And with that, we're going to take a 15-minute break.
All right.
We have food.
Sandwich.
Yeah, let's go. Bye, guys. Thank you. Thank you. You picked the wrong one to come observe. May I please have a motion and a second to reconvene into open session? I need a second.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to reconvene into open session. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. All in favor, please raise your right hand. City Secretary, we have a motion to reconvene into open session unanimously. We are reconvening into open session at 9:28 PM. This brings us to item number 11, executive session. Pursuant to chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the city council reserves the right to convene into executive session from time to time as deemed necessary during this meeting for any posted agenda item or to receive advice from the attorney as permitted by law. Tonight, the city council will recess into executive session pursuant to section 551.071 and 551.074 to consult with our attorney and to conduct the annual performance assessment of the city manager. May I get a motion in a second to recess into executive? I need a second.
I'll second it.
Any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. All in favor, please raise your right hand. Okay, City Secretary, it passes unanimously to recess into executive session. We are recessing into executive session at 9:29 PM.
good news, Judy, is with the change in chapter 23, we will be able to ask you up to ask you questions or
Oh, and
advice.
I'll have an opinion.
There's no question.
Y'all may not like it, but I'll have one.
All right.
Always.
Recording.
Maybe it doesn't work after 11. You know, we could be in a different time zone now.
Okay.
Okay, may I have a motion and a second to reconvene into open session?
We move into open session.
I need a second. Okay, do we have any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. All in favor of moving into open session, raise your right hand. City Secretary, moving into open session passes unanimously. Okay, we are reconvening into open session at 11:07 PM. Okay, so this brings us to item number 12, action after executive session. May I please get a motion?
Mayor, I propose that we approve the city manager's performance evaluation and ask her to come to the next meeting with her goals going forward.
Okay, may I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Let's proceed to a vote. All in favor of approving her evaluation and having her come with goals, the next meeting, raise your right hand. City Secretary, it passes unanimously. And with that, we are adjourned. Anybody need to drive? Anybody?